and welcome to the 10th Delegate Congress of the National Democratic Congress. We are welcoming you to our 10th National Delegates Congress. We are 30 years old today as a party, and from the very first Congress, that was in 1992 in Cape Coast, we are gathered here in the Accra Sports Stadium this afternoon to hold our 10th Delegates Congress. Our theme for this Delegates Congress is Rallying for Victory 2024, Hope. Rallying for Victory 2024, Ghana's Hope. My name is Obobia Dalkopoku, and I'll be doing this with the MP for Buem, the Honorable KOFI Adams, who will join me on the stage after our prayers. For now, we'll take our Christian prayer that is coming from Prophet Jerry John Ahima of the Greenhouse Chapel International. Prophet Jerry Ahima from the Greenhouse Chapel will give us the Christian prayer.
Hallelujah. Choboy. Choboy. Please, with all humility, I will ask for us to be on our feet for a short word of prayer. With all humility, shall we please rise up on our feet in respect to our God, our Maker, for a word of prayer? Shall we pray? Father, in the name of Jesus, we appreciate you for the gift of life. We thank you, O God, for bringing all the delegates, all the aspirants, all our founding fathers of this party from their various places to bring us together in this stadium for this Congress. We appreciate you for this gift of life. We pray committing this very program before thee. We ask that your presence will be with us. Coming 2024, our election, we believe that Ghana is waiting for a party like this to take over and to bring the blessings that you have ordained for our nation, Ghana. Thank you, God, that we will have a successful Congress and election. Indeed, this election is sanctified, justified, modified, and being glorified. In Jesus' precious name, we pray with thanksgiving. Amen and amen. Put your hands together for the Lord. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Prophet Jerry John Ahima of the Greenhouse Chapel International. Let me now welcome Colonel Retired Umar Sanda Ahmed. He is former Chief of Imam for the Ghana Armed Forces, and he's also a former ambassador to Egypt. He will come with his imams to say a prayer for our Muslim prayer section.
Once again, may we be upstanding for the Muslim prayer. Once again, can you please rise for the Muslim prayer? A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful. Allah, we thank you for once again bringing us together for the purpose of electing our leaders to lead this country the way forward. We pray for all those in leadership, because you have said in the Quran, you give authority to whom you chose, and you take it and give it to whoever you decide. Allah, as we congregate this morning, we ask you to let peace be the message, and that we shall hold this country together as we move forward in the next general elections coming. Allah, unto you we look for assistance and sustenance, and we say, Allahumma iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Allahumma ihdina ila siratika al-mustaqim, sirata allazina an'amta alayhim غير المكتوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين.
Thank you very much, Colonel Retired Umar Sanda Ahmed. He is former Chief Imam for the Ghana Armed Forces and also the former ambassador to Egypt. We move on to our traditional leaders now. They will come right in front of me and give us their traditional prayer. So let's welcome Numo Noi Osikan III, Clote Nadu Wulomo, Numo Kofi Chewa the fourth, Mahia Wulomo, Ni Sama Klanche the first, Su Kajano Manche, Kole Clote Wanyo, Ni Obu, and Ni Sai Kwame. We welcome them to give us the traditional prayer for this afternoon.
Ago Chamakanyama. Ago Chamakanyama. Ago Chamakanyama. No one ever way.
Akago Chamakanyame. Ago Aomekame. Akago. Mene Ashime. Mene Ashiho. Nema ho. Nama ho. Wabaloma wo. Wabaloma wo chain diam ponke ngasa siafia. Atani bongo chipon. Obo jenkojin. Obo kanai. Obo shonke koi. Obo shiake tei. No bo adesign ke wumi. Wake ina akpa. Lebine bo kan frad ne chon. No John wami. Nika shinu no fiani abakaja ode eyo manye. Efe shwelemo. Efe noya. Efe wala sechele. Ham go femoko. Ke kui ni wo yo biene. Wakago. Oh, Sukloten yo kan shanka. Diama fama konwe. Ah, fio group. San fro konu. Obenaso konu. Nyanje konu. Dudu kwa konu. Osutu konu. Nadua konu. Bake konu. Aunu masakwa konu. Kumimisa konu. Obu konu. Onya konu. Obu konu. Adukwe konu. Okpala konu. Okumagame konu. Sama konu. Bentu konu. Nyokwa kosi abi fenye kunyenwa. Adare konu. Chawe konu. Omado konu. Aduso konu. Anklo konu. Kweku ahitain konu. Gua kakadono. Owi ayaye metolo bitolo afieka afioko. Opobi ajenkwa do. Tete abu kakrakura. Nyefenye konu kajomo jomajwa. Osudare konu. Asambra konu. Tabakolonto konu. Sen kofi sen kwa nyefenye konu kajomo jomajwa. Na kole aboyo fofie kusheku kwakubli katamanso bonso emisan aye infojo akroma akotia asibi agboye ni o busunchi busumpra nyefenye konu kajomo jino abajo awo akanya machanya klubia bife ninya machanya nkro shina cham kuncha nyefem enche ka jo buto abra ka juta gbe langma ka jelama ka gba danshra enosha ka gbe koyi ka je koyi ka gbe woyi nye brubru na encho me nchanye hwe me nchanye ma me nchanye okanyo me nchanye nshi ajo nim la koyin me no ocho nye lebi ne won chanye yo manye na aka waka ne be achikete achikeba lele wakui niji NDC mene afon shiki kenjie seno taloi konu pe koko men lele mo momente atwa ajiami ne won fo shiki ne ni hia ajo ni mla ko ajo mo ko femoko ne afon shiki ne ni awon ga jiam aba ne afon shiki ne ni manson aba hia afon shiki ne ka twenjole akem wogana ma ne twenjola amani What for chicken and $200 buy? Going no ya buy. Can you show them about Kuniela? I can for a fair or two. I can Kuniela or your BNA. I draw a fair hey. Ni end this cool. I'm a fair to my blue block. Cool. Ni anya akanya kwa memi. Lele come fair come pay amateur man here. Ni amateur party here. Won't be John Mokami. Onupa ni yo me wala. Now Mokofim go ni wala. I'm a son of Talo, Niji, I'm a papa, Niji Drummond, a John Drummond, mama. Any day, what you say, what you fair any day. I'm a family in the chair. So, like when I couldn't at the shower me. Now, get a yammy. Nibina, I'm a fair follower. Now, one will find show me, eh? Fair one, say, eh? Fair one, say, Condition at jaw, Nimla Aquay. Now, I ya boy me. Kunilia, if I may no, come and say, be fair. Couldn't I'm Tragana, mamma. Try no my drum blow fair. Agago, echemekanyeme. O kutuan bife. Min cheka jo butu gagbe langba ke lama gagbe adan sho gagbe koyi. Kajo ke gagbe woyi. Ise apo. Lele ne chobi ekehu. Lele tanu watwa alo tani end school e twa. Je ametani. Nya tani e kumi ami e. Onye jo ami na metwa tani ni nsia jo ni mlako e. On try any Kunieli affair of family no, eh? I jam a Kajamami. Only affair of Kajam, and yet myself and no afro by John Shamino, condition at joy, Nimlaqua. Try no my John Blau fair, come a fair.
No more, no more, no more echo. Now, you say, I can feel like joy, not a sure say. Now, you say, I'm a condition at joy, Nimlaqua. If one fair was eh. No more echo, one more thing.
Thank you very much for such wonderful prayers that was said for our great party and the success of this Congress, the 10th Delegate Congress. The prophet who said the Christian opening prayer, the Imam, and the Ulamas are exchanging pleasantries with the VVIPs on the high table. We thank you so much for doing us these honors. Wonderful prayers have been said. And after this, the only party which was established, inaugurated with an anthem, is the National Democratic Congress. Our party was specially established. It was specially formed. And so the next moment is to take a few minutes to have our anthem done. So I invite everybody to be on his or her seats as we take the party's anthem. Thank you very much.
Suzuza. Arise for Ghana, patrons of the land, forward and seek your future. Development our God, from vision to be the beneficiary. Stable democrat, Ghana, our strength in unity. From vision to be the beneficiary. Stable democrat, Ghana, our strength in unity. Ejo bana our land. Victory is our land. JJ is a winner.
Our strength in unity. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. A round of applause for this wonderful anthem. Now that the prayer has been said, the party's anthem has been done, and the atmosphere is charged, Congress will be called to order. And we are having no less a person, but the coordinator of all the Congress planning committees who saw through the effective planning of this Congress to do us that honor. I invite to the podium Honorable Alex Segbefia.
Good afternoon to everybody. On behalf of the former president of this country, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, on behalf of the National Executive Committee, which set up the Congress Planning Committee, I call Congress to order. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alex Segbefia. We now call on the regional chairman, the host region, Mr. Ni Ashimo, to give us his welcome address. Indeed, we are rallying for Victory 2024, and this is our 10th Delegates Congress, and we are having it in the capital of this country, Accra. So we invite the regional chairman, Comrade Ni Ashi Mo, to give us the welcome address.
Your Excellency, the incoming President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, and your 2020 running mate, Professor Nana Opoku Ajiman, the National Chairman, Honorable Ofosampofo, the General Secretary, Honorable Johnson Asiedu Nketia, all national executives, Council of Elders, regional executives of the party, Council of Elders of the region, honorable members of parliament, present and past, former government appointees, representatives from government and other political parties, colleagues, regional chairman, members of the diplomatic corps, distinguished aspirant, esteemed delegate, ladies and gentlemen, Nime, Name, Wombanyeme, Omade, all protocol observed, as we say in Ghana, Wahanyeko. It is my utmost pleasure to speak to you today to welcome most cordially to the 10th National Delegates Congress of the great NDC family. As the host region, on behalf of the Greater Accra region, I extend my warmest to you all who have traveled near and far here with us today, and those joining us with the various medium, radio, TV, social media, for this historic moment which defined and shaped the course of the National Democratic Congress. On behalf of the executives and all members of the NDC in the region, I would like to express my profound gratitude aspirants, and let me welcome you and also make you feel comfortable. And today, as we make the decision for the people, the men and women who lead us into the 2024 elections. So I am not here to serve you with a boredom of long speech, but kindly permit me the latitude to share a few words with you. His Excellency the incoming President, having recently assumed the office, the NDC Greater Accra, under my chairmanship, is committing itself to Agenda 25, which will give the NDC the clear government in 2024 and form a majority in Parliament as well. Having increased our seat from 13 in 2026 to 20 in 2021, we are of the firm belief that these numbers can be increased to 25 with commitment, dedication, hard working, and unity. Unity underlined as someone unfortunately, but we have remained resolute and forged ahead as one. Internal contests do test the bond as a unit to the extreme point, but cannot break us, and we must not be breaking. The Right Honorable Aban S.K. Babin once said, and I quote, "If you want to lead me," and I said no, "why must you be angry?" As politicians, we must understand. Sometimes, in the heat of the campaign, our language becomes revolting and unpalatable, but we must not lose sight of the danger ahead of us, which requires our collective interest overcoming. The beauty of democracy in the court is the contest of ideas and its accompanying overskill. I will not be the one to judge the wrong or the right. I will tell you for the fact that if you don't regroup to reorganize our dream for reclaiming this economy from its current mess, our dreams will not be realized. Our differences during internal election should not define us in the purpose as to seek the holy cause of breaking the chain of Nana Akufo-Addo and Bawumia bondage. In the running up of this process, it is Congress will produce winners and losers, but to rally for power 2024 and build the Ghana we want, we need both victors and losers to join the forces as one. To the esteemed delegates, campaign team members, social media communicators, I implore you to be moderate in your victory and gracious in your defeat. Our candidate can only win or lose, but if at the end we need at each other for 2020 victory. To the distinguished candidate, remember what the old book says in Matthew 20:28, and I quote, "But it shall not be among you, but whosoever be a great among you, let him be your leader." Leadership is opportunity to serve. As we seek the mandate of the delegates to lead them, may we be humble to be at the service of the people. May we not forget our promises and commitment, delivering hope and aspiration to our people. If there is any commodity, the NDC must. If there is any commodity for the NDC, it must be a hope. We must be ready as leaders to sacrifice our comfort and our luxuries for the greater cause, reclaiming our beloved country from this mess situation and bring the country back on track. As a youth, I welcome you to the 10th Delegates Congress, and I wish all aspirants very best, and may we have a successful Congress. May God bless us all. Thank you.
Indeed, may God bless us all as we rally for victory 2024. There are two things that I picked from the regional chairman's speech. He is promising 25 seats in Greater Accra. That's a good one there, and I know that is achievable, and for the kind of team that they have elected for this agenda, we are so sure that they will come up with those seats. So agenda 25 seats for Greater Accra. That is exciting. It's time to do the roll call now. Let's bring our regional organizer, Anthony Nupenu, to come and do the roll call for us. Are you ready, Anthony? Handing over to you. Thank you.
MC Apokudaku, Chairman for Congress, Your Excellency. This to make a simple roll call of regions and delegates. So as I mention your region, all I expect from you is to see a wave and a loud shout that you are fully represented at this 10th National Delegate Congress. Eyezu, Eyezuzu, Eyeza, MFA. I start from the Upper East region. Upper East region. Are you here? Upper East for Muahana. Mumayeshamwe. Upper East. Boku Central, Boku. Bolga, Pusiga, Binduri, Timpani, Talensi. All of you, are you here? Thank you very much. We wish you well, and may you have a successful Congress. Upper West. Upper West. Upper West, Nadoli Kaliu, DBI, Laura Namdom, all of you, let's see you. Let's see you. Let's see you. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you. Thank you, Yadamwase. Yadamwase. Savannah region, Savannah region, Savannah region, Jomamas region. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for coming. Northeast region, Northeast region, Northeast region, Nalerugu, Gambaga, Yonyo, Treponi. Where are you? Let's see you. Let's see you. Thank you. Yadamwasi. Nyamishramu. Nyamishramu. Northern region. The leader of parliament. Yeah. Northern region. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You are all welcome. Sorry for the loss yesterday night. May his humble soul rest in peace. Bunu East. Bunu East. Bunu East. Thank you. Thank you. Yadamwasi. Be. Nyamishramu. Semwaba. Bunu region. The General Secretary's region. Jama North, Jama South, Brekum East, Brekum West. Tain, Banda. Thank you for coming. God bless you. God bless you. I have 4 region. I have 4 region. I have 4. Esutifi North, Esutifi South, Esunafo North, Esunafo South, Tano North, Tano South. Where are you? I have 4 region. I have 4. I have 4 is not in the house. Almighty Ashanti region. Ashanti region. Ashanti for Ahana. Region. Kede. Eastern region. What? Eastern region. Eastern region. Eastern region. The National Chairman's region. They are not here. Oh. Western North. Western North region. Bodi, Dwabusu, Awim, Akontombra, Seshiyosu. Where are they? Western North. Western North. Okay, thank you for coming. Western region. Western region. Jomoro. Elembele. Where are you? Western region. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. God bless you. Central region. Central region. The Ranimates region. Central region. Central region. Commander Edina Gwafu Ebrim. Cape Coast North, Cape Coast South. Asin North. Asin Central. Asin South. Edina Gwafu. Efutu. Gomwa East, Gomwa West. Gomwa Central. Aguna East. Aguna West. Hey, Vice President running mate, your region is not here. Well, they are out there. They will be coming in very soon. OT region. OT region. OT region. In Kwanta North, in Kwanta South. Karachi East and Karachi West. In Chumuru. Mr. Kofi Adams, your region is not here. OT region, where are you? Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Almighty Voter region. The World Bank. Voter region. Anglo Keta. Ketu North, Ketu South. Akachi North, Akachi South. Tongu. South Tongu, Central Tongu. North Town, O Central, O West, O Where, Afajato, Betoy. Thank you. Nyawezo over Ghana. Yesue dojuada, joyawo doa madaka matangwachio. Yesue dojuada, joyawo doa madaka matangwachio. Yemyabade Mahama dojuada, joyawo doa madaka matangwachio. Mahama dojuada, joyawo doa madaka matangwachio. Nyaova doga, Mauna Yami. Greater Accra, the host region. Greater Accra, the host region. Greater Accra. Nyebie. Game nyebie. Yeti ashimana nye. Yeti ashim. Nyuma jonye. Yerado. Nyuma jonye. Thank you all, Mr. Chairman. This is where I draw the curtain on the 16 regions who are here to take a critical decision in electing national officers. We have our diasporans, diasporan chapters, UK, Ireland, Canada, America, all the rest. Are you here? Diasporan chapters. We have our members of parliament. Members of parliament from all 137 constituencies. Please, can we see you? MPs. Thank you for coming. Former metropolitan, municipal, and district chief executives. Former MMDCs. Are you here? Let's see you. Former deputy ministers and ministers. Former deputy ministers and ministers. Thank you for coming. Former ministers. Former MPs. Former members of parliament. Former ambassadors who represented Ghana. Former ambassadors. Thank you for coming. 10 representatives. The 5 reps from the 10 institutions in the 16 regions. Are you here? Thank you. The last group, former presidential staffers. Thank you very much for coming. This is the full complement of the regions and the delegates that constitute this Congress. I thank you for your attention. May God bless us all.
And we thank you very much. Mr. Anthony Nukwenu is regional organizer for the Greater Accra region. It's now time for us to open Congress, and we'll do so immediately as we welcome the Mr. Samuel Ofosu Ampafo.
And for the Ghanaian abroad.
Your Excellency, John Dramani Mahama, former President of the Republic of Ghana, members of the Functional Executive Committee of the party, members of the National Executive Committee of the NDC, leadership of the minority group in Parliament, and our hard-working MPs, former ministers of state present here, members of the diplomatic corps, Nime, Naime, Nananum, Togbeo, and other eminent traditional leaders, party executives, and delegates from the regions, constituencies, and branches. Representatives of political parties here present, who lead contestants in today's national elections of the NDC, distinguished invited guests, our friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. The prolific writer William Shakespeare wrote, "Small and great welcome make a merry feast." As we gather this morning to commence the Congress of the Great National Democratic Congress, NDC, I, on behalf of the Functional Executive Council or Committee of the Party, the National Executive Council, the organizing committee of this Congress, and all other organs of the party, welcome you warmly to the Accra Sports Stadium for this historic event. I trust that at the end of our Congress, we will all make a merry feast. The 10th Congress of our party is significant for a variety of reasons. I will share a few of these reasons with you. We are having a Congress at a time when this country is going through a plethora of excruciating economic, social, and political challenges. For the first time in the history of our dear country, the hard-earned income and investment of hard-working Ghanaians and pensioners are being forcefully subjected to strange haircuts like Topio Joe and Bush. 6 years down memory lane, Ghanaians thought they had voted for the new Patriotic Party MPP to provide economic management that they claimed they alone could deliver. Little did voters know that they had voted for barbers who only knew haircut like Grace Jones and Punk. Now we see the mess they have put us in. They cannot even barber their own President Akufo-Addo properly, leaving him with a Sakura head. Fellow Katamansonians, another reason why our Congress is historic is that it is taking place at a time when Ghanaians agree on the monumental catastrophe that the Akufo-Addo Bawumia-led government represents. The teachers are saying the MPP is a catastrophe. Nurses say the MPP is a catastrophe. Truck drivers say the MPP is a catastrophe. Civil servants say catastrophe. The private sector say catastrophe. Aboso accounts papers dealers say catastrophe. Say catastrophe. Barbers say, bankers say catastrophe. International rating agencies say catastrophe. Civil society organizations say catastrophe. Kaya say catastrophe. Kada riders say catastrophe. Galam say catastrophe. The media say catastrophe. Our traditional leaders say catastrophe. University don't say catastrophe. Religious organizations say catastrophe. Labor unions say catastrophe. Doctors say catastrophe. The Black Stars say catastrophe. Even the witches and villagers from Chepi say catastrophe. NPP's Akufo-Addo Bawumia catastrophe sentinel Ajibabia. The NPP catastrophic performance in government has been so repugnant that their own party could not stand the stench of their own rotten government. They started what looked like a cleansing and deodorizing exercise by demanding the sack of Ken Ofori-Atta as finance minister. Now the chief barber, that is the significance of the time in which we are staging a congress of our political party. Political leadership in Ghana has never in our history descended into the abyss in which we find ourselves today. The electorate has lost trust and confidence in the MPP government. The little that was left of trust was blown away when President Akufo-Addo looked Ghanaians in the eyes during one of his Sunday fellow Ghanaians broadcasts on television, national television, and told us that there will be no haircut on investment. Only for the chief barber of Ofori-Atta to announce the following week with clippers, scissors, razors, blade in hand, that there will be haircut. And that some haircut will even be with broken bottles. That was what the height of deceit. And that was the height of deceit that any government, any president and government could ever have engaged in, which was made even more hurtful by the fact that it was a very survivor that they were playing their games, our very survivor that they are playing their games with. Distinguished invited guests, fellow Akatamansonians, coming closer home, our Congress today is also historic because it is first following the bold and heroic turnout of our party executive, foot soldiers across the country in the 2020 elections. The zeal and commitment with which you campaigned in the 2020 elections saw the great NDC almost winning majority of seats in parliament. The manifestation of that stellar performance of our party executives gathered here is a huge hang parliament, that we have, the first in the history of our country. Let nobody steal that hard work and achievement from you with any convoluted narration of related and inevitable events. Your tenacity on the campaign trail in 2020 enabled our indefatigable MPs to find a strong voice for the marginalized masses of our country whose interests we represent.
KOFI Radio.
I am proud of your exploits in the 2020 campaign. Even as my teacher said, there is room for improvement. I am delighted that as party chairman, I was the conductor of the orchestra with you as the choir that almost snatched parliament from the president. That was historic. In 2024, we will snatch not only parliament, but also the presidency from the MPP government, inshallah. Fellow party members, this Congress is also historic by all standards. For the first time in the history of this country and the history of our great party, we have a general secretary changing his boss, the party chairman for the position. We have witnessed the fiercest contest ever for the general secretary position of the party. The contest for national women organizers was ferocious, and that of the national youth organizer was brazenly hot. The embers of that are yet to cool down. The internal contests point to how democracy is beautiful within the NDC. It shows that our internal processes are working. I want our detractors to know that our party still remains strong and will come out of today's elections even stronger. The chairmanship contest between the party chairman and the general secretary will not destroy the NDC. We are all too strong and too intelligent for that. Let those false political prophets from the opposing side who are predicting Armageddon after today's election be clear in their mind that today will rather mark a renaissance of the great Akatamansonians. Today will mark the beginning of our march was rescuing Ghana from the wickedness, ineptitude, and catastrophic MPP government. This brings me to the last significance of today's Congress that I will want to talk about. There are many more, though Ghanaians are today looking for an alternative to the catastrophic government that we have. They are looking for political leaders who will place their concerns, anxiety, hope, and vision at the center of government decision. They are looking for leaders who will not direct access and opportunities to their children, brothers, cousins, mamas, and clans, men, and damn all others. Indeed, Ghanaians are looking for a president who listens to them, a president who has no fear of reshuffling a palpably catastrophic group of ministers, a president who will not refuse to sack a disastrous finance minister, even when his own party says so. The only reason why Ken Ofori-Atta is still finance minister is that he is the president's cousin, and he financed the president's campaign to be president. Not because he has any competence to. It's out there for all of us to see. Even when his cousin is leading Ghana into untold hardship with his hopeless lack of capacity and capability, he still keeps him at post, and we are still all damned. Ghanaians are looking for leaders who can trust, leaders who can walk the talk, leaders with a heart, who put the country first and all others second. The NDC must seize this opportunity and restore trust in the conduct of national politics. That is the time we are in today. Fellow Akatamansonians, through our actions and decisions, we must signal that the NDC is a party of choice for Ghanaians. The outcome of this Congress should assure our teaming supporters and the army of voters
From Greater Accra, we have Okaikwe North. If you are here, we salute you for the wonders that you did. Tema East, where are you? We salute you for also making it in 2020. Then, Wenchi, you made it in a very stronghold of the opponent. You registered it and turned it green, and it's going to be maintained green come 2024. Then the last, but not the least, but the most wonderful and interesting one is Upper Denchira West from the central region. You made it and nailed it and added it, turned it green. Thank you very much for these wonders that you did. I will proceed to do some introductions. Usually they will say, Openi Jwaria na Isuasa. But I'm going to turn it. I will start with the Openi, because this Openi has done so much for our country. He's done so much for our party. If we are gathered here today, it is because we commenced a reorganization process from the branch levels through the constituencies, the regional level. We had a youth and women last week, Saturday, on the 10th of December in Cape Coast. And today, we are gathered here. The funding, listen to me, the funding and the mobilization of funds to organize all these levels of elections, including and not limited to your travel to this place, your accommodation, your feeding, had rested heavily on his shoulders. We have not broken those shoulders. Your Excellency, John Dramani Mahama deserve a wonderful and standing ovation from all of us for this wonderful support for the party. He deserves it. He deserves it. With a round of applause, let's welcome him. He's done so much for this party. Thank you very much.
KOFI Radio.
Thank you very much. We are back from a short technical break. We thank you. Thank you so much. Your Excellency, as I was saying, this great support from you will not go in waste. Surely, after this 10th Delegates Congress of this party, we are moving right into victory come 2024. I continue the introductions by introducing to you our 2020 running mate, a wonderful mother of ours, Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajima. I hear you always say, Mamo Dende, Mamo Dende. Thank you very much. I move on to already introduce National Chairman Samuel Ofosu Ampofo. Next is the General Secretary of the party, General Mosquito Johnson Asiedu Inketia. Chobwe. Next is our Vice Chairman, Mr. KOFI Ato, National Vice Chairman. Madame Sheriaite is another National Vice Chairman of the party who I have spotted on the days. Madame, you're welcome and thank you so much. Then, I have to introduce my own leader and boss. He was my boss as National Youth Organizer and now my leader in Parliament. Honorable Haruna Idrisu. Approved. Your introduction approved. Next to our leader is the minority leader, Honorable Deputy Minority Leader, Honorable James Kluche Avezi. We also have on the days our Chief Whip, who is more like our captain, the captain of the team, Honorable Muhammad Mubarak Muntaka. Thank you very much, Honorable Muntaka. Supporting His Excellency John Dramani Mahama are our regional chairmen who deserve to be mentioned. I'm going to mention them by their regions and you will acknowledge them as such. I'm starting with Northern Region, the Northern Regional Chairman. If you are here, raise your hand. Let's applaud you. The Northeast Chairman, he is also here, Northeast. Savannah Region Chairman is here with his team. We recognize you, Savannah Regional Chairman. Upper West Regional Chairman, Alhaji Bunas. Thank you so much. The Upper East Regional Chairman, Alhaji Bolnaba. Thank you so much. The Bono Regional Chairman. Thank you so much. Honorable Nyamiche Mafo. The Bono East Regional Chairman. Let's recognize you. The Bono East, where are you? Recognize your chairman. The Ahafo Regional Chairman. Ahafo Regional Chairman. The Ashanti Regional Chairman. Nana Kwesi, where are you? We recognize you. Ashanti Regional Chairman. The Eastern Regional Chairman, Small Boy Danger. Mark Oliver Kevo. Where are you? We recognize you. The Western North Regional Chairman, Big Edu. Big Edu, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Big Edu. The Western Regional Chairman, Nana Toku, thank you so much. Thank you, Western Regional Chairman. Thank you. The Central Regional Chairman, Professor Asiedu, thank you so much, Central Regional Chairman. Thank you. Greater Accra Regional Chairman, Honorable Ni Ashimore, already introduced and who welcomed us. The Volta Regional Chairman, my big brother, thank you so much, Volta Regional Chairman, we recognize you. Then, the Chairman of the Chairman Forum, the 8/8, the OT Regional Chairman, Chairman Japon Kujo. That is my chairman. Thank you so much, Chairman Japon Kujo, Chairman 8/8. Thank you. We recognize all of you, the delegates from the various constituencies. We thank you so much. The media, we thank you so much, especially Wezo TV and TV XYZ for having this program live and being covered into our various homes. Thank you so much. At this moment, I will invite MC2 to do the other introductions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kofi Adams. We move on to the introduction of our Council of Elders. Alhaji Mahama Idrisu is chairman of our Council of Elders. Let's welcome Alhaji. James Victor Beho is a member. Mrs. Anna Enin. Welcome. Margaret Clark-Kwesi is also here with us this afternoon. Right Honorable Do Ajaho. Nana Atodaze. Kwame Prepra. John Ebu. Dan Abodapi is also here with us. Mr. Kofi Totobi Kwache, can we see you? Thank you very much. Gilbert Idi. And that's it for our Council of Elders. I'd also like to take the opportunity to welcome Ambassador Sam Pirali. Henry Ametepe is former Volta Regional Chairman. Joseph Adekoka is former Greater Accra Regional Chairman. Joyce Bawa Muktari is special aide to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. We also like to welcome George Opare Ado. He is our National Youth Organizer. And Hannah Bisu is our National Women's Organizer. Colonel Larry Bevlolate is one of our elders and former National Security Coordinator. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Co-MC Obobia Dako. Thank you so much for the continuation of the introductions. Now we are moving to a very important part of this Congress also, and that is adoption of the standing orders and the steering committee of Congress, without which this Congress cannot proceed. I have the duty to announce the steering committee of Congress. My duty is to announce the membership and invite the chairman of the steering committee to announce the remaining committees of Congress. So I do so by mentioning names of the members of the steering committee. The chair of the steering committee is Honorable Kofi Ato. A vice chairman of the party, former deputy general secretary, former director of international relations, and former MP for Ho Central. He is the chair of the steering committee. The other members are Honorable Ales Segbefia, Honorable Kofi Totobi Kwachi, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, Honorable Nijangman Van der Poy, Honorable Haji Aladi Ayi Ayamba, and Alhaji Bolnaba, the Upper East Regional Chairman. These are the members of the steering committee for the NDC's 10th Delegate Congress. I invite the chairman to proceed with the announcement of other committees and their adoption. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you very much, MC. The steering committee is a committee that will be in charge of the whole day's affairs here. But the steering committee works with other committees of Congress. What I will do now is to mention the committees of Congress that will be working with the steering committee and the membership. At the end of it, I'll move that we accept them as members of the Congress committees. So apart from the steering committee, we have the electoral committee. The members of the electoral committee are Alex Segbefia as chairperson, Daniel Amate, Honorable Bid Zidin, Ambassador Sam P. Yale, Honorable Agnes Namumu, Honorable Kofi Adams, and Honorable Baba Jamal. These are members of the electoral committee. Then we have a welfare committee chaired by Mr. Harry Zakor, and other members are Alaji Alasan Gbangu, Felicia, Greater Accra Women's Organizer, Shirley Nana Ampim, Eastern Region Women's Organizer, Ben Kote, Kole Klote Chairman, Honorable Comfort Doyo, and Mr. Abu Nasir Sani. They are the members of the Welfare Committee. There are two more committees. We have the Standing Orders and Legal Committee. That is chaired by Council Abraham Amaliba. Other members are Mr. Chris Akume, Honorable Mrs. Marita Brew Apia, Mr. Victor Adawudu, Dr. Valerie Sawyer, and Ambassador Kojo Nyamiche Mafo. And the last committee of Congress is the Conflict Resolution Committee. These are made up of Alaji Wudu Yaya, as chairman, Alaji Wudu Yaya is the chairman, Dr. William Ahaji, Nana Toku, Western Region Chairman, Mr. Big Edu, Western North Regional Chairman, Madam Betty Mold Edisu, and Honorable Magnus Kofi Amwate. These are the committees, and these are the membership of the committees. As many of you that agree that we shall adopt these committees as committees of the Congress, say aye. As many of you that don't want these committees to work at all today, say no. Okay, so the ayes have it. So I'll hand over to the MCs, and these are the committees that we'll be working with until the Congress is over. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the chairman of steering committee, for doing us this honors. A round of applause for Honorable Kofi Ato for the job he's just done. It's a very important part of Congress. We are moving on. And this time round is to invite our General Secretary. He has a report to give to Congress. For the last 4 years, we met at the trade fair site. We elected the leadership. They've run a fair under his supervision. He is here to give you a report and add other things that will help us moving forward. I invite the General Secretary of the party, Honorable Johnson Asiedu Inketia, popularly called General Mosquito.
Hey! Hey! Your Excellency, former President John Dramani Mahama, comrades, to save time, let me stand by the earlier protocols established by my comrade and friend, the National Chairman. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the 10th National Delegates Congress. I wish to use this occasion to congratulate you all for your victory in the just ended constituency, regional, and national youth and women conferences. It is my hope that you will constitute a formidable team that will work seamlessly to enable the NDC recapture power from this inept, clueless, corrupt, and incompetent MPP government. As you are aware, the tenure of the current national executives of our party will end in a jiffy, as our 4-year term mandate is exhausted. Since the last Congress, however, many of our notable comrades of the party, among others, have passed on. Key among them is the founding father of this party, His Excellency, former President, Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings. Other departed party faithfuls include Comrade Ama Benyuado, Captain Kojo Chikata, Dr. Nyama Donko, Jifa Tivo, Professor Kwasi Boche, and many others, which time will not permit me to mention individually. At the appropriate time, when the former president mounts the podium, he would entreat of you to observe some silence in commemoration of these gallant warriors. Notable events that have occurred during the period under report include the presidential and parliamentary primaries of our great party. We had very successful presidential and parliamentary primaries prior to the 2020 general elections. And for the first time in the history of our party, we had 7 stalwarts contesting the presidential primaries. The good news is that the party was robust and put in measures to ensure that the tensions that normally characterize presidential primaries, especially one with this large number of aspirants and their supporters, were reduced to the barest minimum. Fast forward to 2020. We had a general election that was historic by all accounts. Firstly, the 2 major political parties, the NDC and the MPP, split the seats in parliament down the middle, with 137 seats each, giving the country its first hung parliament. Secondly, and against all odds, the NDC annexed the Speakership of Parliament, a feat very rare in contemporary African politics. Thirdly, Ghana experienced the most bizarre elections since the inception of the Fourth Republic in 1993. In the 2020 general elections, the NDC faced a blatantly partisan and very hostile umpire, the Electoral Commission. As if that wasn't enough, we had a judiciary that threw common sense, facts and logic and caution to the wind, and consequently denied the people of Ghana the opportunity to hold the chairperson of the Electoral Commission to account for her stewardship as the sole returning officer of the presidential elections. Fourthly, and not the least of all, Ghana witnessed the most violent elections, reminiscent of other violent elections in countries like Kenya, Egypt, Sudan, and elsewhere. Several lives were lost, with many more also maimed. But for the grace of God, the situation in the immediate aftermath of the 2020 elections could have degenerated into civil strife and dissension. To show to Ghanaians and the entire world the irregularities and infractions that came with the 2020 general elections, deliberately orchestrated by the Electoral Commission with the connivance of the New Patriotic Party, our party went to the Supreme Court to challenge the presidential results. We lost the case in the Judicial Court, but won in the Court of Public Opinion. The NDC, dissatisfied with the activities of the Electoral Commission, decided to boycott the IPAC meetings, which have been reduced to a mere rubber stamping of decisions that have been taken already by the Electoral Commission. The party subsequently proposed electoral reforms to the Electoral Commission, the discussion, adoption of which would form the basis of our return to the IPAC meetings. Unfortunately, the Electoral Commission treated these proposals with contempt and remained adamant and intransigent. Organizations including the National Peace Council and the diplomatic community have been holding talks with the EC to address the issues raised by NDC to enable its return to IPAC meetings. But so far, all of these efforts have fallen into the deaf ears of the Commission. In the belief that the 2020 elections were rigged and to prevent same from happening in subsequent elections, the party organized a series of retreats for regional and national executives as well as the minority caucus in Parliament, culminating in the retreat at the Serene Volta Hotel in the Volta region. The occasion, which was well attended, allowed each regional executive committee to give account of the elections they supervised in their respective regions. There were so many revelations and confirmation of issues that the party already knew of. These helped and will continue to help the party in its subsequent orientation and training programs for its executives at all levels of the party. Indeed, our outreach programs held in the various regions were partly as a result of feedback gathered from these retreats. As part of its reorganization program, the party organized outreach programs in the various regions, whose outcome largely helped in the drafting of guidelines for the party's reorganizational roadmap. Internal elections. In preparation towards the next general elections in 2024, the party organized largely successful elections at the various levels of our party. And I wish to report that for the first time in the history of this party, deployment of personnel from the national level and also from the top levels of regions were sent to branches to reorganize the very base of the NDC party, the branch level. Again, since this party has considered Ashanti and Eastern region as the difficult areas of the party in terms of our elections, we gave special attention to this reorganization in the two regions. We had to deploy officers from all over the country and national level to descend in Ashanti and Eastern region to the base of the party and help install the branches of the party, which will position us to win the next elections. Mr. Chairman, comrades, ladies and gentlemen, let me use this opportunity to commend our caucus in Parliament for a very laborious and tremendous work. Our caucus has so far acquitted itself creditably. Through its various press conferences and contributions in Parliament, our caucus has exposed and continues to expose the MPP's ineptitude, corruption, and mismanagement of the economy, which has led to our current hardship and predicament. Finally, comrades, I wish to take this opportunity to formally inform Congress that the NDC has chalked another great feat of global significance. As you are all aware, I have been a vice president of Socialist International for the past 6 years. The Secretary General's position of the SI was due for re-election this year. The NDC presented a young, vibrant, motivated, and talented lawyer and party activist, Comrade Benedicta Lassie, as a candidate for the position. The party mounted a vigorous lobby and campaign for this young lady, which eventually landed her the position of the Secretary General of the Socialist International. This makes her the first African to occupy that prestigious position, the first female to occupy that prestigious position, and the youngest Secretary General of Socialist International in its over a century's existence. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put up a round of applause for Comrade Benedicta Lassie. In sum, the NDC has made a lot of progress over the last 4 years, and I am optimistic that we are poised to win the 2024 general elections. But we cannot win the 2024 general elections with a divided front. I would therefore plead with all party members especially aspirants and their supporters, to make a conscious effort to shun all activities and conducts that have a potential to break our front, and to embrace the ingredients of peace, unity, solidarity, and stability. I thank you all for your attention, and may God bless our homeland, Ghana. Long live the National Democratic Congress, and long live Mother Ghana. Hey! 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 Thank you very much. Finally, let me say a word of farewell to you as I step down today as your General Secretary, having served in that position for the past 17 years. I want to thank all of you for your cooperation, and I want to thank everybody. Those I have offended, may the Lord touch your heart to forgive me. The credit I have made so far is shared and attributed to the foot soldiers of this country and this party. I thank you all, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
17 years. Director of Elections, Eastern Region, Chairperson of the Eastern Regional Legal Team, a member of the 2020 Manifesto Team. She is also a member of the Lab Governance, Energy and Youth Committee. Comrades, join me as we proudly welcome Benedicta Lassie. She is the newly elected Secretary General of the Socialist Forum, and we are so proud of her. She's the first African to take this position, and on this note, I bring her to the microphone to give us the solidarity message from the Socialist Forum. Benedicta Lassie, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Comrade Obobia. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Chairman, Your Excellency John Dramani Mahama, former President of the Republic of Ghana, the Council of Elders, members of the Diplomatic Corps, invited guests, delegates, all protocols observed. Comrades, on behalf of the entire Presidium, led by Pedro Sanchez, the Prime Minister of Spain and President of the Socialist International, I bring you fraternal greetings from the Socialist International. As Providence would have it, my first political event after my election as Secretary General of the Socialist
general speech or mass quite technical, meaning where you'll be taking it from. Some will say a bye-bye from the general secretaryship position to a new position. Some will say a bye-bye to the party because he might not win the chairmanship position. Yeah, analysis kakra. Do do the blind historian and so in the prediction. And Rana Jonami will ligon. Entini hunu de akọ so ho anọpẹyin so na me wo ho me hunu de akọ so ho ma sample nipa e beto aba na delegates no majority na, and I'll also be bringing out what I found. I'll be playing some interviews to me grantee here with some of the delegates and reasons why they will vote for certain individuals in the party. Eja Yamakwaba. Eja. Mpomboko there. Boko. Send him Boko. Eja Shiamai. Full name Bossman Oseshiamai. Bossman Oseshiamai. Akane DC for Chufetumuka. Yes. Mami share general statement or the bass is here. Who is saying the Okanis is here and a bye bye and as a bye bye to a new position. Oh, Kofi, we do this. I say me more as a drop for most as I'm adding. Yeah. Because of my own analysis. Yeah. Ever since I mediation, and tell of pedigree. This is one critical analysis. In terms of their pedigree, from Shea, you must say party, you must say Abbas Sabri. But like I said, they have passed through their ranks. Yes. Ministerial position and a party positions are already their ranks. And for some people, also passes through all the rank and now be national champion. And they can say, Madame from the kind, I want to see you don't like the foolish man. The food is here. Yes, I want to see and you don't like the foolish man. I didn't see a casa. First, you are born. Team way back with Tobu. The team was so quiet, was a miss. I want to see upon the neighborhood Alagia. The West of Miss I hear you, man. It's Madame to say a bonus here and you don't like the foolish man. And then a bonus here and you don't like the foolish man. Parosha and the moon is and supply chain. Okay. In logistics, you'll be a fan and say, when there's competition, there should be a strategy. Are you getting me? Yeah. When there is competition, there should be a strategy. Where there is competition, okay. There should be a strategy. So your logistics is deeper. But it's awesome, that's it. Okay. The American say today the person who will win elections. What's the point of me raising answer? The strategy by your and then on the winning. I'm not winning there. And then the woman said the winning chairmanship in the strategy we're putting in can carry us through 2024. I'm telling you. Okay. Because and then the best strategy man will win today. That is my own critical analysis. Because all the strategies are going up. The beer also. Everybody's putting all the necessary strategy. And then the say they won't like the foolish man. Then the strategy I can say but sometimes they did before they didn't you know. No, so see, I know shed there by on the surface of it, and as on the face of the pink sheet. Yes, and Kabaka say general, but the call to them. How could you move some? They wait training. I am the table. Democrat say, yeah. How could judge my mills? The cast has a so we are cocota. Now, funny for more contact court. What's it? So I didn't wait in and you me judge and I don't be table so. The facts in the media, they will be awesome. And sometimes they didn't hear me and they didn't hear you. A group before say I'm going for. So far, the air cost they did not share a hip now. Your original, a bit me are translating to votes. Is it the silent lady and I said the noisy lady? Oh, sir, and I said, John kind of fear delegates. Sometimes super elections, but they but to shock you, sir, they didn't reach, you know, not attending. The boss, they didn't shoot me the design and no answer a day. I echo because of Buha. Or bar, floating voters in your bar, or shake anything that everyone I use about Tommy, but Toba they do not better quite manage as a sunny penny in a head to say. You will sometimes you're the silent majority, so sometimes you're the silent majority. A G now so breast one, a Mako Tomaba. So the fact of the matter is,
General Secretary France chairman position. A CDO of some of women in a Yuso. You have to win to the came look at their papa and say, and came in your meaning a boom. Now, sir, they could have been winning there. Now, whoever emerges the winner today, no, let me say, you can carry us 2024.
Okay, so say the attorney say you lose one.
Yes.
Say chairman of Usampo for Erinia, you will lose General Mosquito.
Yeah.
He will not be active in the party.
Yes.
Say chairman General Mosquito Erinia, you will lose Usampo. He is not likely to campaign for the party.
Yes.
Because of the way Oma Yobo campaign. Oma mi no. You are very biano. It is not likely Saba Kobe Buabako.
Yes.
Who do you think will be best say mobile retain, and lose the other? Because whichever way you have to lose one.
For that to choose, so whichever way you have to lose one.
Yes.
What's on of Janaham? And America say Minoti behind the scene, I can tell you.
Okay.
Behind the scene.
Yeah.
But in the public domain, America say the best strategy man will win today. I hope Kofi are getting me. Yes, behind the scene, I can tell you. Why? Because Kofi look at the crowd, look the intent power.
Okay.
Look the intent.
Intent chess.
Yes, look the intent.
Intent chess. Mo flag bearer, possible flag bearer. So I feel technically on one mo flag bearer.
Yes.
Jabako, ama enra ba kwa ko pacho. Ama chew pana se wajatum so anyintum. E ho asem e wo ho. And then the machinations are also underground. Campaigns via Ecoso, who do some of the regions are their chairman Fono and other party for no most delegates and so almost go do another side. Technicalities now no day. Minimum calculations instead of
anytime summer application catch us say some summer catch us say the best strategy we will win today. Who can in our it is all about strategies. So no, and the machinations how we can see. But the fact of the matter is, yeah, your bed there can't wear them. Come, who said flat balance up in there? Dandy.
Yeah.
I have both from Metal.
Yeah.
The time was saying Matoaba. I have found Pomba because of you send a pattern crab by Mamma Bad of a fat Dandy. Oh, say by you, Obia, General Secretary, and come once a move. Somebody from our appointees in yet to Sura, former ministers of state. Obia to me, Casa. Obi ultimately chairman, ultimately general secretary, every chairman was Obi. Why? Where did that Sasanko for me, Sabric in your market day? It is something besides who said, as some men see through her, and benefit to me and come my day.
What I pick is a council of elders, SHI. In fact, and there were still plans, to me who some unity be before the elections, But they're not some conquisition. And we are neck meet your course or party headquarters. When we pay here, what we say still tension will more to the extent to say, Manoya Meka, but young Fantoni and Trabani, we will analyze why A lost or B lost. But be bold for once and tell me, be a delegate, mine are better man. Come Nato. Ama why
behind closed doors, my catcher.
And as if and I was and I didn't come on. More yet was so now, you didn't come on. Fa, do you mammy? Young fa, do the blind historian, and Rana, Yenino, any Mkomaka. All my figures, we close doors. Honorable Shama, Shemi Nipo Berini, but don't forget, say, or Shemi Pet, made a better. Shemi. Okay. All right, that was your force. Shemi, and I said, Utia, you so, ye be and come on. I know, no, I ye and come on. Yenya do ewa do na friend Bulgaria e be friend the blind historian do yeah Kofi I think nyame adome ho ye pa
oh bibia mo ko ma show ache bi kwama My okay.
What I wear chow okay. But Ceciano. Did they make cost on them besides you do? I said, General Mosquito in your fancy power now, so share. Oh, baby, and your delegate. Oh, my name, my General Mosquito fans in your delegate.
Yeah, baby, and your delegate. So to make up.
That's one capa.
Baby, and your delegate. And I don't know why I bass your mama, so who made it. And no more the decade. Share. I'll be very much surprised if he win this Congress.
You'll be surprised if General Mosquito wins.
Yeah,
that means you are tipping, Chairman Berritin.
Oh yes, of course. Because we share the campaign he has always been on the nerve of the chairman in Sama Okika. The Brena indictment on himself, an indictment on the party. So if say omutime kono musai kotu etia chairman na omo de mana, then it tells you the kind of party we are having.
My men show ade bi say audio na they can.
Yeah.
Woman me nyina obi audio ababonten. Chairman of sample for audio ababonten and chairman let's say dunketia now they are all contesting to me for munya as chairman.
Yeah. General secretary.
Ba ko de ko wie court. Ba ko de o say no the party for na edi nkomo. So why do you use and no if that is what you are using?
No, of some of Diana can.
Yes.
So for some of it was an emotional audio. He was talking from emotions. He was talking from Obia Tio, KOFI TV. Obia why deputy Eastern Regional Minister. Mami say what dey of some of deputy Eastern Regional Minister. Satam na regional minister or your friend Madam Patience Ado. Satam MPP Penny bi. Say our Eastern Regional Penny by a friend. Kwame Apia Kodia. Obu truck or parliament. No one person for some betting. So it took it 3 weeks. It took somebody like the late Honorable J.H. Mensah to save Samuel for Swampo. Obey a deputy minister. And in 2002, on 27th April, he was elected as the national organizer of the party. Then in 2005, 21st December, he was re-elected. And in 2009, Professor Mosby obey minister. Akwa Abedi vice chairman, Abe director of election, Abe national chairman. And now you see, he's in bed with the MPP. Do you think it's fair to him?
I was for say share na wuti KOFI radio so a de ko so sia na ye wo mebu akonta musika sem ho akonta no so de ya na boring kaka nti yemfa enkomo twitwen entwa so ho ye de empanimfo bi ebedidi enkomo se ho ehia se ye ko podium no so na ya kwakofa eno so e de abro enti do now all man run down of Oswampofo.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a technical question be.
Yeah.
The NDC will lose one of them. They will lose General Mosquito or they will lose Oswampofo after today. Because of the way Omo campaign now.
Yeah.
Who do you think will be better retained?
I am not an NDC man.
Sure.
So whoever they lose or whoever they win, I don't care. But if they are taking right decision, now almost see Omo party here, they should sacrifice General Mosquito for Swampo.
Reason?
Oh, reasons they say. One, he General Mosquito. So when he say, me initially na me support him against Swampo.
Yeah.
But me after listening to Ninia maybe Aokika, it seems that he has no respect for secrecy, because in same year Okika indictment be our in same year Okano. Why indict party I indict former President Mahama. I indict on one because MPP for a say 2020 case now NDC for the court. It was born out of idiocy. It was frivolous, vexatious, weird, twisted, hogwash, and anything that you can describe. But then so no one should be confirmed say a sanity. No say we have been vindicated. It is such a person. That's NDC for it is their own
power. Stage in the
faculty of resource collation, where we will take the NDC through how to collate resource and go to the Supreme Court without fear or favor. Mr. Chairman,
We want to also stand on behalf of the people of Ghana to apologize to the Supreme Court and the people of Ghana for the NDC playing on the emotions of the people of Ghana, despite the fact that you went to the Supreme Court without a shred of evidence to prove your case as the winners of the election. Mr. Chairman, 2024 elections, I know you are here to elect leaders. You want to elect leaders that will steer the affairs to win 2024 elections. Mr. Chairman, Your Excellency, 2024 is a foregone conclusion. We would win the election with a wider margin that will confront the NDC not to make an attempt to even appear or even petition the Supreme Court. We wish you an event-free conference. We wish you everything that you will do here. We need a healthy NDC. We don't want to defeat a limping horse. At this juncture, we wish you well. May God bless our motherland, Ghana, and the NDC. Abochi has no CDs to come. So Abochi has no CDs to change for dollar. Dollar is hiding. And we assure the people of Ghana the economy will bounce back. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
I'm just wondering how the economy is going to bounce back. On this note, thank you very much, New Patriotic Party. Shall we welcome the CPP, Convention People's Party, CPP.
We and every woman say woman every stage, you know, so MPP for say Abochi akwa dwane he say dollar no ba no sesakwa no eske obenya efia bi wo match dollar no ama na sleme PSB ama.
Thank you very much. I'm here with my national organizer, Moses Yire Mambo Ambem.
KOFI Radio.
Your Excellency, Comrade John Dramani Mahama.
Live as it happens.
Mrs. Jane Nana Opoku Ajiman. Chairman Ofosu Ampofo. Our own General Esiedu Inketia, General Mosquito. All other protocols observed. We bring greetings and felicitations from the Convention People's Party, its chairman and leadership. The National Democratic Congress was the first party to rule this country in the Fourth Republic. Now you have come of age, and today is your National Delegates Congress. It is clear and evident that in the political dispensation of this nation, you have matured. But you should always
Live as it happens.
embark on this journey of choosing officers to steer the affairs of your party. Remember that Revo is good to change thoughts and mindsets, to bring about the needed change and transformation for the good of this nation and mankind. But when Revo turns into a show of metal and fist cuffs, then it becomes woefully unacceptable. As a party, you should promise yourself that whatever happened at the Women and Youth Conference in the Central Region should never be allowed to happen again in your existence as a party. The CPP believes that such incidents are not good for the development of our democracy. The NDC should do well to plan and ensure that whatever they do is well tabled and documented for the benefit of prosperity. As a party, you touted your success in infrastructural development, but could not articulate to Ghanaians what exactly the length and breadth of these projects were. Some articulation of these projects to the people of Ghana would have been good. After all these projects were made for us. I do not agree with General Esiedu Nketia that you should not be in IPAC. You need to participate in the proceedings of IPAC. We miss you very much. You have to be there. You cannot sit on the fence and take decisions. It is time for us as a nation to have one common agenda and plan, aimed at putting Ghana in the center of events, not parochial interests, aimed at looking at the needs of cronies and friends. In fact, this phenomenon is very common in our political system and must be expunged completely. We should, above all, see competence as a major panacea to our economic development. We as a people should resist the rule of the oppressor, which today is poverty, which today is corruption, which today is conflict of interest, which today is nepotism. With all our strength and with all our might, as enjoined by our national anthem, Ghana is bleeding. Ghana is hemorrhaging. We need to come together as a nation to salvage this country. This can only be done if Ghanaians consider to vote the CPP as the only option for economic transformation and growth, development. Indeed, the CPP holds the key to that effect, and indeed, we are a government in waiting. As you choose your leaders today, your national leaders to lead your party, do remember the whole world is watching to see what happens at this arena. Let the best man win. Let the victor be happy and jubilate towards a good cause. Let the vanquished lose gallantly. But above all, remember you are one people with a common purpose and a goal. Let victors ensure that they work closely with the vanquished to improve inclusiveness. This would cut the syndrome of winner takes all, which is always not good for party cohesion and comradeship. We wish you a fruitful and successful National Delegate Congress, and may God bless us all. Thank you.
Live as it happens, KOFI TV.
Nanaya Jantwa is the General Secretary of the Convention People's Party. Let's now welcome PNC, the People's National Congress.
Live as it
The
happens,
People's
KOFI
National
TV.
Convention.
KOFI Radio. Radio for the Ghanaian abroad.
With us here are the national executives of the People's National Convention, and I am Mark Ewusi Akon, the national youth organizer. On my left is Audu Ishak, the national communications director of the party. Behind me is Hidayah Ibrahim, the national women's organizer of the party. And on my right is Masinga. He is the Upper West regional organizer. Too sure.
To the right.
Too sure.
To the right.
Honorable Chairman, Your Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, National Executives of the National Democratic Congress, the Honorable Minority Leader, and Honorable Members of Parliament, the Development Corps, delegates, fellow sister party representatives, the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I bring you fraternal greetings from our leader, Honorable David Apasara, and National Chairman, Honorable Moses Daniba, and the entire leadership and membership of the People's National Convention. It is both an honor and a privilege to join you on this auspicious occasion of your National Delegates Congress, a very special feature in the calendar of the NDC. Today's event, as we are all aware, is intended to afford you the opportunity to elect the leadership of your party to better position yourselves as a leading and critical political player going into the very crucial elections of 2024. It is trite knowledge that pluralism is the bedrock of multi-party democracy and good governance. As such, we in the PNC cherish highly the relationship that exists between us as political parties with ideological similarities bordered on socialist orientation. The opportunity given us to be part of an occasion like this goes a long way to enhance
political tolerance, which is very essential in building a united nation needed for the realization of our collective dream as one people with a common destiny. Yes. Comrades and friends, the economic hardships and the unbearable living conditions confronting the average Ghanaian today, occasioned by the mismanagement and incompetence of this underperforming and underwhelming government, has made it imperative for the opposition to fashion out ways and means of toppling the clueless and insensitive New Patriotic Party in 2024 as the surest way of offering some hope, reprieve, and relief to the suffering masses. The PNC would at all times stand on the side of the masses whenever the need be, as demonstrated in the critical years of election 2000 as well as election 2008. The 2024 elections would not be any different given the exigencies of our time. We are enjoined to call on the minority, led by the indefatigable Honorable Haruna Idrisu, to go the extra mile in holding the feet of government to the fire in keeping trust with the Ghanaian people. We are enjoined to call on the delegates of the National Democratic Congress to use this occasion to elect people with integrity, proven character, and competence to complement our collective resolve in ensuring that we offer the best possible alternative to the good people of Ghana, as what we witnessed today is nothing to write home about. We thank you for the opportunity, and we wish the National Democratic Congress the best of today's event. Thank you so much.
KOFI Radio for the Ghanaian and for
Thank
the
you
Ghanaian
very
abroad.
much. Shall we welcome the PPP?
Live as it happens, KOFI TV. Live as it happens,
PPP.
KOFI TV. KOFI TV. KOFI TV.
Yaka PPP what's one kade ya son PPP ya son another party papa. His Excellency the former President of the Republic of Ghana, his running mate, Chairman of NDC and the executives, all protocols observed. I bring you greetings from the National Committee of the Progressive People's Party. We have come to wish you well on this day that you are electing your national executives. The PPP has started discussion in forming alliance with all like-minded Ghanaians to wrestle power in 2024 under the most difficult times that we are facing as a nation. The alliance will become the voice of the voiceless to work to create, to curb unemployment in the nation. We will stop singing the negative phrases of asking the youth to pull themselves out by the bootstrap, where indeed the youth do not have a boot to wear, nor the strings to pull on. We have watched alarmingly as the minority in Parliament has asked for the finance minister to step aside and to go for a vote of censure. We have watched in astonishment that the majority have also asked their president to sack the finance minister. But we sit here today and nothing has happened. I am asking clergy, the Islamic community, all alternative parties, to help me in asking the finance minister to step down on moral grounds.
Live as it happens,
He has failed this nation. And the fact that he is there, his company has benefited is something that is embarrassing to all of us as Ghanaians. It is embarrassing on the international community that the wanton borrowing has been the result because he, the finance minister, wants to benefit with his specific companies. He must step down on moral grounds. The PPP believes that after the finance minister steps down on moral grounds, the following decisions must be taken to build a better Ghana. We must stop borrowing. Number one, we must stop borrowing. Number two, do not start any new projects. Complete what has already been started. Suspend all non-essential projects like the National Theatre. In times of difficulty, this is not a priority project for this nation. Cut the executive cost by 60%. Reduce the number of ministers to 14 and the deputy ministers no more than 35. Cut down on the Jubilee House staff by 60%. Ban importation of non-essential goods, not just BOG refusal to provide forex. Reduce taxes to encourage domestic production. Restore indigenous financial institutions whose license were wrongly taken away. Evidence have shown that competitors were targeted and their businesses destroyed. But little did you know, little did you understand that the Ghanaians who were working, that you have sent home, you have not been able to provide any alternative employment for those Ghanaians. And you stand there with egg on your face. You have not been able to show any tangible reason why you did this, outside the fact that the finance minister, who is a referee, is also a player. And so he's asking us to cut 40% of our savings. Do you know who he's having the meetings with? He's having the meetings with management of Data Bank. Because the director of SEC worked with him in Data Bank. So he is doing a personal management meeting in doing what he does to Ghana. Ghana has suffered for far too long. We wish the NDC well. By any chance, if the NDC gets to that Jubilee House before us, we ask them to consider what we have put here as the policy of the Progressive People's Party. Thank you very much. PPP, yes sir. PPP, yes sir. PPP, yes sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, PPP. The last on my list is GCPP. GCPP.
Live as it happens.
Chairman of Congress, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, I want to stand on existing protocols to bring you greetings from the great Consolidated Popular Party and the leader and chairman, Dr. Henry Herbert Lati. Today marks a very important period for you all as delegates of the great NDC. You all of us, as Ghanaians, a duty and an obligation to present a formidable alternative to rescue us from the current state of our economy that is facing unprecedented inconsistencies and hardships. And you cannot do that unless you integrate the principles of domestication propounded by the late Dan Lati. As politicians, we have created our own deadly phenomenon known as attack dogs and unleashed them onto our opponents. We need to tread cautiously as these attack dogs turn around to bite us hard during our internal campaigns and create deep cracks that sometimes are unrepairable.
To delegates and aspirants, I say, burn walls and not bridges. As you go into these elections, you are now coaches, and you need to select the players that are worthy enough to face your opponents. Think about this. We have a country to save and a people to govern. Politics is about exchange of ideas and not insults. We need to understand that we have our value system and culture as a people, which we need to guard jealously. As I prepare to launch my operation, Insult is on Ghanaian, I want you all to join me to end the era of political antagonism and chart a new path of debating on issues and exhibiting decorous in our public discourse. For the younger ones are watching and learning from all of us. We the GCPP wish you well. And I say, know that at this time you need a strategist. At this time you need a vision leader who knows and understands the issues that will confront us in 2024. Long live the NDC, long live GCPP, long live our mother Ghana, and make her great and strong. We wish you all the best. Ayezu.
Thank you very much, GCPP. I've just been told that APC has joined us. APC.
KOFI Radio. Radio for the Ghanaian and for the Ghanaian abroad.
Chobai! Chobai!
I am Mordecai Chombiano, the General Secretary of the All People's Congress. With me here is our National Women's Organizer in the person of Bleach Sosu, the Deputy National Communication Officer, Donald Jemasi, and our National Coordinator, Abdul Rauf. Mr. Chairman, Your Excellency, former President John Dramani Mahama, Minority Leader Honorable Haruna Idrisu, members of the Diplomatic Corps, members of Parliament, candidates, delegates, invited guests, the media, ladies and gentlemen. We bring you greetings from our founder and leader, Dr. Hassan Ayarga, and the entire membership of the All People's Congress, APC. Today marks yet another important day in the history of the National Democratic Congress, NDC, and we are here to wish you well. Ladies and gentlemen, the ability of the National Democratic Congress, NDC, to either make or break in the 2024 election depends on the decision of delegates today and how well the party can resolve its eternal wrangles to become united, resolute in preparation towards the 2024 general elections. Ladies and gentlemen, the current economic situation and the suffering of Ghanaians is unbearable. Indeed, our nation is in crisis. I repeat again, indeed, our nation is in crisis. Economic conditions are worsening every day due to bad leadership. We have all seen the huge wastage of government resources, the unprecedented corruption and mismanagement. We have recorded the highest inflation in our history and a huge debt stock. Now we are at the IMF seeking for a bailout. Ladies and gentlemen, the appreciation of the cedi is meaningless unless it is linked with a total reduction on the prices of goods and services, foodstuffs, and transport fares. Ladies and gentlemen, as you prepare to elect your leadership today, we urge all delegates to vote for people with more brains than more money. Vote for leaders based on merits and track records, devoid of tribal, personal, and religious sentiments. We hope you make the right decision to face the All People's Congress, APC, in the 2024 general elections. That notwithstanding, the All People's Congress, APC, is coming with a full political arsenal to win power in the 2024 general election. We wish every candidate today the best of luck. Merry Christmas to everyone. Long live Ghana. God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you, everybody.
Live as it happens.
Thank you very much. We bring solidarity messages from political parties to an end. At this moment, the leader of the proud 137 that you got for us to champion the cause of this country is here to speak to you. I invite the minority leader, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, together with the minority chief whip and deputy minority leader. Thank you.
Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, even as we subject the party to a competitive democratic process, I still believe irrebutably that he remains a presumptive nominee to lead the party into the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections. The national chairman of our party, national chair of our Council of Elders, the general secretary, very respected members of our Council of Elders, very distinguished delegates of the National Democratic Congress. How gratifying it is this afternoon to address you on behalf of the NDC Parliamentary Minority Group, the gallant 137 members of Parliament who are doing their utmost best to position the NDC as a credible, worthy alternative government. I bring to you warm felicitations from the entire caucus, which is united to work around the leadership of our party to save this country, to save our economy from President Nana Addo Dankwa's misrule and misgovernance. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in every civilized democracy, there is what we call the essential ingredients of the democratic process. One of it is that there is freedom of expression, freedom of speech, built on the foundations of what is referred to as an independent electoral commission. One of the requirements, again, is an independent media that regulates and reports the affairs of state. Ladies and gentlemen, as I address you,
we should be mindful that the decisions we take as a party, in particular the election of our national officers, have implications for our party's future. We will be committing the most unpardonable political sin if we fail to unseat the new patriotic party come December 2024 to end the misery that they have subjected us to. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to limit myself to attempts by the new patriotic party government in cohort with the Electoral Commission of Ghana to deny Ghanaian citizens legitimate guaranteed constitutional right under Article 42 of our Constitution, which guarantees the right of every citizen of 18 years and above to be on the electoral roll and to be registered as a voter. Is it not significant that since the inception of multi-party democracy under the Fourth Republic, the Electoral Commission of Ghana under Jean Mensah has failed to operationalize Article 42 of the 1992 Constitution by way of periodic annual voters registers exercise? Since 2020, Ghanaians who have attained the age of 18 into 2021, 2022, and probably even to the early years of 2023 have not been given the opportunity to be registered as voters. We simply in the NDC cannot understand this, and we have a duty to defend the constitutional ideals, and in particular Article 42 of our Constitution. Is it also not instructive that they are masquerading to deny us of a deserved victory in the 2024 elections when we are told that they want to use the Ghana card as basis for electoral register? First of all, we know that the Electoral Commission of Ghana under Article 45, 46, 47 of the Constitution is not subject to the direction of any person, control, or organization, but at least the National Identification Authority is not such independent. The current voter register has a population of 17 million Ghanaian people. The total registered persons under the National Identification Authority is 16.7 million. Let someone reconcile this for me when you say you want to use the national ID card for basis of an electoral register where there is discrepancy between what is on your electoral roll as registered by the Electoral Commission of Ghana, distinct and different from what is on the national ID card roll. Significant for me to add that, for instance, in Ashanti region, out of 3.5 million, only 3.2 cards have been issued, representing 91.4%. In the Ahafo region, out of 675,198 cards issued, 271, representing 40.2%. In the Northern region, out of 1.3 million, only 840,000 cards have been issued, representing 64.46%. In the Central region, you have 1.8 million against 1.5. Ladies and gentlemen, as we address this Congress, President Nana Addo Dankwa has not only failed by creating an economic mess, he has also gone ahead to create what you call a foreign policy crisis for our country. Those of you who listen to President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, former foreign minister of our republic, former attorney general, he simply failed momentarily to have impulse control and to ensure balance between foreign policy and the security of our state, when he openly condemned Burkina Faso and mentioned the Wagner Group of Russia. I have information that our ranking member on Foreign Affairs and our members on the Foreign Affairs Committee will ask for detailed briefing to Parliament on this reckless, irresponsible, and unprofessional statement by the President of our Republic. If he cannot provide us with food, he should not let them bring guns on us as a country. And as I said, the NDC, we need to work together, we need to work together, and we need to redeem this country. The state of our country is simply one. As many of you have witnessed, Excellency John Dramani Mahama in 2016 to 2017 left a debt of 170 billion.
KOFI TV.
Now increased 120 billion Ghana cedis. January 2017, it was reported by President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo as colossal. Now hearing a debt exchange program. New Patriotic Party persons who just appeared before Congress to solidarize with us, your joy and celebration over the appreciation of the city may be short-lived. So don't over-celebrate. Inflation is still at 50%. Cost of living is still high. Cost of goods and services is still high. You are not able to determine even public sector wages. And now the minimum wage is 14.8 cedis, and a loaf of bread is 25 Ghana cedis. This can only happen under the non-performing party headed by President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. What the NDC needs to do is to work together. We expect delegates to conduct themselves well and elect national officers that will partner our flag bearer, who eventually may be elected in March, to cruise the party to victory. The youth and women wing of our party remains the wing of that Falcon aircraft that will fly the party to victory. I therefore urge our youth and women's wing to demonstrate discipline, mutual respect for each other, and fly the party to victory with the national executives to be elected today. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I need not take credit, but to say that at least we increase together working with all of you and the national executives of our party, we increase the number of elected MPs of the party from 106 to 137 of a hung parliament. A hung parliament that we are doing our utmost best to ensure that at least going into the future, my major concern and worry, and Congress must begin finding answers to it, the NDC must begin finding answers to it. What kind of economy is John Dramani Mahama likely to inherit in 2025? What kind of governance are we to provide? The Ghanaian people expect nothing but meaningful governance that respects their security and safety, and governance that shares the opportunities of our country. But at least we are certain that Excellency John Dramani Mahama will not run a nepotistic government. We are now being told that President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, his war against corruption is in tatters. Even the special prosecutor he appointed has not been paid for 16 months. And he himself has gone on to do appointments that offense Section 21 of the Special Prosecutor Act and Article 195 of the Constitution. Charity, they say, begins at home. We expect all of them to demonstrate fidelity to the law and fidelity to the Constitution of Ghana. Let me, on behalf of the NDC caucus and on my own personal behalf, wish the 10th National Delegates Congress every success and wish you all travel messages back. God bless us all and thank you all.
Live as it happens. KOFI TV.
Thank you very much, Minority Leader, the Honorable
KOFI TV.
Thank you very much. Haruna Idrisu is the minority leader. He came here with his leaders, and he leads the gallant 137 members of Parliament. Now moving on to the Council of Elders. Let's welcome the chairman of our Council of Elders, Alhaji Mahama Idrisu.
Live as it happens. KOFI TV. KOFI TV. KOFI TV. KOFI TV. Live as it happens. KOFI TV.
Choboy! Choboy! End this year! End this year! End this year!
The chairman of this 10th Ordinary Delegates Congress of our dear party, the National Democratic Congress, the former president and flag bearer of the 2020 general election, the running mate for the 2020 general elections, members of the diplomatic corps, delegates of this Congress, representatives of fraternal parties, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to welcome all to this August assembly of the party to take stock and take very important decisions for the party for the next 4 years of the life of the party. The last 4 years have been very challenging, but the party has managed to pull through. The positive lessons learned from those challenges to be brought to bear on the decisions that we as delegates shall take at this Congress. At this Congress, we should elect people based on the ideals and values of the party. We should choose people who will strive for unity of the party, and people who will sacrifice for the party. Let's choose people who will respect the constitution of the party and people who will believe in probity and accountability. Above all, who we choose should put the party above their individual interests. Let us put aside any controversies that are likely to degenerate into unnecessary conflicts, so at the end of this Congress, the party will come out stronger and more united to assume reins of government come 2024. NDC, unity, stability, and development. I wish you all a successful Congress. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alhaji. Congress, your speech was straight and direct and is matching us to prepare for power. As we continue with the program, the administrative history of NDC Chobwe.
KOFI Radio. Radio for the Ghanaian and for the Ghanaian abroad.
Bye. So I was informing you the administrative history of NDC has been compiled and is in a huge book form. For the 20 years of 1992 to 2012, anything and everything about the party is in there. It was selling at 1,000 Ghana cedi per copy, but courtesy this Congress, it's been reduced to 700 Ghana cedi per copy, so that as many of you as possible will return home with a copy, so you can have the history of this party in handy. You will know that in 1992, we were in Cape Coast to have our first Delegates Congress. In 1994, we were in Kumasi in the Ashanti region for the second. In 1996, we went to Sunyani in the then Brongahafo region for the third. In 1998, we were in Sekondi, Takoradi for the fourth. We continued to Volta region for a special conference that was not an ordinary delegate congress. In 2002, we met at the trade fair in Greater Accra. Then in 2005, we were at Eridek Hotel in the eastern region. In 2010, we went to Tamale in the then northern region. Then in 2014, we went back to Kumasi in the Ashanti region to have another Congress. 2018 brought us to Trade Fair Fantasy Dome in Accra. And then this time around, we have assembled again in Greater Accra to have our Congress at the Accra Sports Stadium. At this point, at this moment, we have reached the peak of the speeches. I have the honor of inviting I'm told a little amendment to our program, and that a group that has done so well has applied for affiliation. The affiliation has gone through the various stages. It's left with the final stage that this Congress will have to adopt. We have the Director of Legal in the person of Lawyer Abraham Amaliba to lead that process of having this group properly accepted by the party. I invite Lawyer Amaliba, Director Legal of the National Democratic Congress, to do us that honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Kofi. I move the motion for the adoption of the resolution for the affiliation of Professional Forum of the NDC, otherwise called Pro Forum. The National Executive Committee, NEC, having received
KOFI TV.
an application for affiliation by NDC Professionals Forum,
and having on the 19th of September 2022 issued a provisional affiliation approval, do hereby recommend by resolution for the consideration that Pro Forum be fully affiliated to the NDC on the following terms. 1. Pro Forum shall pay annual subscription fee to be determined by NEC. And 2. Pro Forum shall be entitled to select and present 10 of its members as delegates to the National Delegates Congress. This will be seconded.
Mr. Chairman of the Steering Committee of Congress, I stand here to second the motion ably moved by Comrade Abraham Amaliba. And in doing so, I wish to make a few comments about Pro Forum. Indeed, the Pro Forum is a body which was established after the 2016 general elections, and part of the outcome of the Dr. or Professor Kwesi Botwe report, we recommended that the NDC needed certain professional bodies to support it. As a result of which, the Pro Forum started preparing itself as a body which will be affiliated to the NDC. Even before the formal affiliation, the Pro Forum has proved itself very, very useful to the NDC by supporting the NDC in various ways. Indeed, the philosophy of the Pro Forum, its aims and objectives are very similar and acceptable to the NDC. And so we have no problem in accepting the affiliation of Pro Forum. The NDC has no difficulty in accepting the affiliation of the Pro Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, I therefore wish to recommend your endorsement of this particular motion. On the basis of that, I second this motion. Thank you very much.
The motion to accept Pro Forum as an affiliated body has been moved and has been seconded. Now I'll put the question. As many people as want Pro Forum to be included in our program, affiliated to us, say aye. Aye. As many as don't want Pro Forum to be affiliated, say no. Ladies and gentlemen, the ayes have it. So Pro Forum is now an affiliated group to the NDC. Thank you very much.
So I'll call on the leadership of Pro Forum to approach the days. I also want to invite Alhaji Muhammad Idrisu, the chairperson of the Council of Elders, to approach the days and present to Pro Forum the certificate of affiliation. So we have Alhaji Muhammad Idrisu here. Alhaji Muhammad Idrisu will do us the honors. Will do us the honors by presenting to the leadership of Pro Forum a certificate of affiliation. Yes, thank you, Alhaji. Thank you. Thank you. So that's the certificate. We all see it. Pro Forum is now an affiliate of the NDC. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Comrade Abraham Amaliba, for performing this very important function. So henceforth, Pro Forum has become part and parcel
KOFI
of
Radio,
the NDC,
radio
right
for the
from the
Ghanaian
very top
and for the Ghanaian
to the bottom
abroad.
base of the party. Please listen to this announcement. All those persons occupying the red seats are asked by the security to come down and take the yellow seats. You are not
Live as it
to
happens.
sit up there.
KOFI TV.
You are
KOFI
considered
TV.
a security risk to those sitting down. You are therefore to move down.
KOFI
If you are
TV.
up, please start moving and
Live
get
as it
to
happens.
the
KOFI TV.
All right, Sabri, Osha, who say action, no, Shasia, and no, Electoral Commission, pending for Shasia, one more airbag, giddy. Captain, one area. Adana, I friend is saying. Adana Pamras Mobile.
I also take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of Canada chapter that is represented at this 10th Delegate Congress of NDC. Canada, you are welcome. Thank you so much. I recognize the presence of a number of diplomats representing their various countries at this Congress. I cannot mention you individually, but we recognize your presence.
Captain, Adana Opam Rasmobile. I don't know Pamras Mubarak.
No, ma'am, Pamono Kofi, the 10 said.
And now support to general here.
Oh, no. I mean, whoever, when I mean, support, no, support to be.
Because Matisse says only a bit more, was it women organizer? And I say,
no. Okay, I'm a confrontation nearby.
Okay.
It was Ras. A night before, of a tune, for some for no matter so studio. And so Tio for some from the beginning to the end. Na Uti won't read. I did Chiena, I said General Timiama. And I'll be catching as a general civil representative. Yes,
but I post to say General Mumbeba the next day because I saw all but no name say Obabishia chairman. It's no Obebu Hona.
It drew so no.
Yeah.
But we saw the farmer how much
and Onyan will do stage in this one.
It's no. Yes, I really, you know. Uba and who can't send me. It's the okay, you know. And I had to take us a derby. And yes, Anna, Chairman Kai. Obiante. Now I don't know when they live on TV. Now what did he have to theater? You can't disrespect my colleague right before me, you know. And say, yeah, and I'm so I didn't know yes, and I'll say me person. If you want me to get out, I will get out. Now I said then get out.
Oh, okay. Well understood. You know what of our penny that John Dramani Mahama and the speech now yes sign about with other interviews and Chapra. They didn't say loud as we just say,
oh yeah, I will be very much surprised. Say echo other way around. I'll bow there. Say echo former President Bow. I'll give you more analysis.
Any party and my delegates, any party, one more issue.
Live as it happens. KOFI TV.
Ezu. Hey. Thank you very much, all of you. Chairman of the Council of Elders of our great party, members of the Council of Elders, National Executive Committee members, our running mate for the 2020 election, leader of the NDC group in Parliament, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, and your members of Parliament, our national chairman, our general secretary, fellow colleagues from sister parties, members of the NDC diaspora who have paid airfares to be here with us. I appreciate you, and delegates. I wish to warmly welcome all of you to this 10th Congress of the National Democratic Congress. Let me begin by expressing my appreciation to our sister parties for the fraternal messages that they brought. I think the messages were well thought through, and I consider them to be the keynote addresses of this Congress. Thank you very much, members of our sister parties. I start this speech with one quotation from the Bible, and that's Romans 8:31. And it says, if God be for us, who can be against us? And then another quote from a very famous hymn, Begone Unbelief, and that is the end of the first stanza, which says, with Christ in the vessel, I smile at the storm. Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, all too soon, 4 years have elapsed since we last gathered to elect leaders to various national executive positions of the party. With that mandate having expired and as required by our Constitution, we have gathered here once again at the Accra Sports Stadium to elect another crop of leaders into office to manage the affairs of this party for the next 4 years. Today's election represents the final piece that will complete the party's management and administrative structure, and it comes after an elaborate and comprehensive restructuring and reorganization exercise spanning the last 2 years. In that period, we have democratically elected over 300,000 branch executives, over 7,000 constituency executives, and 300 regional executives. Exactly a week ago today, the National Youth and Women's elections were held successfully in Cape Coast, and I wish to use this opportunity to congratulate all who took part in that exercise. To those who won the elections, I say well done. And to those who could not realize their objectives of occupying national executive positions, I congratulate you nonetheless, for it takes real courage to step up to the plate and offer yourself for leadership in any organization. You live to fight another day. I note that in the period preceding those elections and its immediate aftermath, a series of regrettable exchanges ensued which threatened to detract from the larger objective of consolidating our front and preparing for the greater task of wresting the leadership of this country from this bungling and inept NPP government. I have, in conjunction with various elders of the party, moved to resolve the differences that gave rise to these exchanges, and I'm gratified to see that calm and normalcy has gradually returned to the youth front of our party. I'll reiterate the counsel I gave to those involved in these exchanges that victory or defeat in internal contests should not provide the basis for feuds, as they serve no purpose than advancing the interests of our opponents. The NDC possesses adequate organizational capacity and acumen to resolve internal disputes. Hence, it should be possible to iron out our differences of any sort emanating from any form of contest without waging a war of attrition against each other. I've observed, though to a much lower extent, similar sharp rhetoric and exchanges in some of the contestations leading up to today's election. And I want to urge an appeal for restraint and demonstration of maturity, which we have exhibited many times over, even as we go through today's important exercise. I expect that the period during and after these elections would be peaceful and cordial, and that we can immediately set about the task of preparing the party to our next power from the MPP to offer sound and proper governance for this country. This party brims with the democratic spirit, and we have withstood many intense and highly competitive elections, and we have emerged unscathed. Perhaps the most memorable of these elections, internal elections, was the 2011 presidential primaries, which was famously dubbed the Fonka Games. While speaking at that primary in Sunjani, at the time I was the Vice President of the Republic, I had chosen to tell our teaming party supporters a legendary folk tale of the three birds, Tika, Taka, and Gangale, who through cooperation and unity gained prominence and fame in their community through their harmonious rendition of melodious tunes. With their three different voices rising in unison, they wowed their audiences with their superlative performances. No sooner had they achieved fame than arrogance, pride, and envy caused them to go their separate ways. Now their combined voices, which once rose in those melodious tunes, gave way to solitary, jangling, and discordant sounds, which drew them scorn and opprobrium from the same crowd that had doted on them previously. They soon fell from their lofty perch as the most admired group in their community. The gravamen of that tale I told over a decade ago is that in unity lies strength. And this still rings eternal, and it appropriately captures the danger of allowing ourselves to be torn apart by avoidable conflict and disunity. Individual aspirations and interests must be subsumed under the larger interest of the NDC and our dear country Ghana, which is in dire need of rescue from the hopelessness and the dark abyss that we have been thrown into by this government. What is taking place today is not just an election to determine who occupies what position in the top echelons of the NDC. What we're doing here today would amount to a declaration of intent by us to lead the broad masses of Ghanaians in one big push to dislodge this government, which has been abject and dismal in the governance of this country at the next polls in 2024. This is an absolute national imperative, and we cannot fail at it. At this point, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to appreciate the hundreds of thousands of friends, supporters, and members who responded to my call to support our fundraising for this 10th National Delegates Congress. Even though our call for support came rather late, I'm happy to announce to you that through small mobile money payments of 10 Ghana cedis each, donations and deposits into our National Congress account, we received a total of 1,083,000 cedis in 12 days. This is a demonstration of the love Ghanaians generally and members of the NDC have for our party and the worthy cause we are embarked on. I also wish to express my appreciation through this medium to other donors who wish to remain anonymous, but who helped us to make up the shortfall in our budget for this Congress. We also received material donations, including bags, thousands of bags of water, rice, event logistics, and other non-monetary gifts to support the Congress. To all such donors, I stand on behalf of the party and say to you, Ayiko, thank you. I want to use this opportunity to demonstrate to all that there's a fundamental responsibility on our part, especially as executives and party supporters, to help finance the party. We cannot leave party financing on the shoulders of just a few people. To buttress this point, I wish to pay tribute and salute our chairman of Trifu Ati Mokwa constituency in the Central Region, Mr. Hakim Adai, who I noticed while going through the list of people who donated to this Congress, Mr. Hakim Adai, chairman of Atimokwa Central Region, made a cash donation of 10,000 Ghana cedis through his local GCB branch to our Congress account. Mr. Hakim Adai, I salute you. Thank you very much. And I wish to personally meet you, to shake hands with you after this opening ceremony. So look out for me. Ladies and gentlemen, the good people of Ghana have suffered 6 years of appalling misrule, corruption, waste, arrogance, nepotism, and abuse of office, human rights violations, and economic mismanagement never before seen in our history. Pain and anguish have swept through the land and left in their wake a people buffeted on all fronts who need all the inspiration and hope we can master. 6 years of reckless and irresponsible mismanagement of the economy has rendered our people broken and struggling to survive from one day to the next. The Akufo-Addo and Bawumia government have supervised the worst economic conditions in several decades and brought upon us hardship that an entire generation of our population has never witnessed before in all our existence. The life savings of Ghanaians, their business capital, their pensions, and the very survival of our commercial banks and insurance companies are threatened by the first debt restructuring ever undertaken by our country. And this is because of the reckless borrowing of the finance minister and the economic management team led by His Excellency the Vice President. 0% in 2023, a measly 5% and 10% interest will be paid in 2024 and 2025, respectively, with minimal installments of principals due for payment to be made over a 5 to 15-year period. Meanwhile, several individuals and pensioners cannot guarantee that they will be alive by 2037 to see the final 41% maturity of their principal. Our dear country Ghana, that has been a poster boy of democracy, good governance, and economic progress, stands on the brink of bankruptcy and economic ruin. Yet, we have a president who enjoys spouting the rhetoric of self-respect and restraint from begging Western nations for support. And yet he has spent the last several weeks on the telephone with Western leaders, asking them to beg the IMF to grant Ghana the recently announced staff-level agreement for an extended credit facility. Our dear nation has never been so put to shame and come close to being a beggar nation as we are today. And yet, this is the same person who only yesterday said, Ghana enye ohiamai, yet isikaso ekom die. This NPP government has done the worst to erode the belief of Ghanaians in our democracy. Many Ghanaians see their situation as hopeless and are willing to take the hazards of dying in the Mediterranean Sea or electrocution on a high-tension transmission line in Kaswa. But countrymen and women, let us not despair. They say the darkest hour is before the dawn. And they also say, in every adversity, we find opportunity. And Bob Marley also says, when one door is closed, another is open. Ghana shall rise to a new dawn. Part of the process of turning the fortunes of our dear nation around are what is taking place today at this Congress. Ghanaians are looking up to us not to become the next government by default as a result of the failure of this administration. Ghanaians are looking up to us to be the choice because we're a better alternative. We must not win by default of the lapses of this administration, but we must win
because we are the better alternative to govern this country. And I've heard many people say that when we win power, we must do exactly as the MPP are doing. But I dare say, there's no use fighting for political power if we're going to commit the same mistakes and abuses the MPP has inflicted on Ghanaians. The NDC must be the government of infrastructure. The NDC must be the government that protects human rights. The NDC must be the government of economic prosperity and growth. The NDC must be the government of modesty and humility. The NDC must be the government that fights corruption and dissipation of public funds. The NDC must be the government of prudence and accountability. Our work is therefore cut out for us in the days, weeks, and months immediately following this National Congress. And therefore, we can ill afford to spend any time on unhelpful internal bickering. Let us get off our marks immediately and convince Ghanaians that in addition to our superior record in governing to that of the MPP, that we are ready to be the alternative government come 2025. The first step towards doing that is by proving that we can manage our own internal affairs and hold ourselves to an acceptable standard of behavior. And that is why I wish to reiterate my call on all of us here to be mindful of our actions and play our roles at this Congress peacefully so that we may leave here a more united and stronger force capable of leading the efforts to save Ghana from certain collapse under this MPP administration. I wish also at this juncture to repeat my position of neutrality in the various contests. Let me say again that I do not have any preferred candidate for any position. And I urge all delegates to vote based on your own appreciation of the messages of aspirants and their conviction about their capacity to work in the larger interest of the party. I stand ready to work with all those you elect to lead our great party and to contribute my quota to our objectives, which primarily revolve around saving this country and building the Ghana we want. We've gone through and passed this test many times, and I trust that we'll pass it again with flying colors this time too. Let me finally wish all aspirants the very best of luck as you go into this contest. All of you are winners in your own rights, and the courage you have demonstrated by offering yourselves in service to NDC and by extension Ghana is worth commending. As with the very nature of contest, there will be winners and there will be those who are unsuccessful in their attempt. I urge the winners to be gracious and conciliatory, and I also encourage those who do not make it to take it in their stride and remember that there's more than enough room for everyone to contribute towards the success of the NDC. Whether or not you hold elected office in the NDC, there will always be a role for you to play in the scheme of things. And finally, before I take my seat, I wish to thank the Electoral Commission for coming to supervise this election in this Congress. I wish to thank the Ghana Police Service for providing security for this Congress. And I wish to thank the media who are giving us live coverage for all that you're doing for us. May God bless you, and I wish everyone a successful Congress. Thank you very much. But now, before we finish this session, when we go on break, we're coming back for the elections. But before we go, I wish to mention the names of some of our fallen comrades, after which we shall observe a 1-minute silence for them. And the first on the list is His Excellency J. John Rawlings, the founding father of the NDC. The late John Evans Atamils, former President of the Republic of Ghana. His Excellency Kwesi Emisa Atta, my Vice President. Captain Kojo Chikata, Justice D.F. Annan, Mr. P.V. Obeng, Mr. Nathan Kwao, Professor Kofi Awono, our former chairman, Dr. Kwabena J, our former chairman, A.A. Munufie, and Alhaji Isifu Ali, Mr. J.H. Ouswe Champong, former majority leader, Mr. Farouk Brahma, Alhaji Kojo Mama Adams, Mr. Fred Ohenekina, Ambassador D.S. Boateng, Dr. Mary Grant, Dr. Atukwashi, Victor Salome, Dr. Kaiko, Albert Bosumtresam, Ama Beniwado, Difa Ativo, Samuel Nyama Donko, Jijote, Hajia Jigbodi, Lionel Mobila, Oscar Meyedowo, Harry Sawyer, Charlie P., Alhaji Mobila, former Northern Regional Chairman. And only yesterday, I hear we lost A.U. Farouk of Tamale, a very outspoken supporter of the NDC. And of course, we also remember the 8 compatriots of us, Ghanaians, who were murdered in cold blood during the last elections of the year 2020. May God grant all of them, and the many others that I have forgotten to mention, may God grant them peaceful repose. And at this juncture, I ask all of you to rise wherever you are. Rise wherever you are. It also includes Professor Kwesi Botwe, who we lost only recently, Professor Kwesi Botwe. And so I ask you to rise wherever you are, and let's observe a minute's silence for them. Please, no vuvuzelas. Please silence, 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 silence.
Live as it happens. KOFI TV. KOFI TV. KOFI TV.
May the souls of the faithfully departed rest in peace. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for such a deep message delivered. Is to charge us and march us unto victory. Chobai! Chobai! Uya mizu! Uya miza! Uya mizuza! Uya mizazu! At this point, I invite my co-MC, Honorable Obobia Dako, to come and acknowledge some media houses. Thank you.
We are grateful to the media for joining us for today's event. As we come to the end of the very first part of today's event, we would like to acknowledge the presence of multimedia. Thank you very much. Despite media, Class Media, City FM and City TV, Radio Gold, Ahoto FM, Power FM, KOFI TV, Sumpa Media, Atinka Media, Angel Media, and all radio stations across the country. Forgive us if your name hasn't been mentioned, but we acknowledge your presence and we really appreciate whatever it is that you have put out today. We also like to show appreciation to Silicon House Productions. Thank you very much. TV XYZ and to the Wezo TV group. You guys are fantastic. What would we have done without you? We are live across the country and live around the world. Thank you very much, Wezo TV and the Event PR Company. On this note, Honorable Kofi Adams, we sign off for the first part as we take a short break.
Thank you so much. We are signing off. We are taking a break for for 45 minutes. When we return, it is voting time. And we are not going to wait for you. If you are not here, we will start voting. And you know about that. If you don't come, your vote will not count. We want everybody's vote to count. So 4:20 p.m. we are back here to commence
Live as it happens.
Mobile phones will not be allowed in the voting area.
Live as it happens.
You will not enter the
KOFI
booth
TV.
with your
KOFI
phone.
TV.
If you dare, your phone will be seized. And when it is seized, you may not have it back.
KOFI TV.
So don't enter the voting arena with your phone when we return. Find somewhere for your
Live as
phone.
it happens.
Thank you very much, and God bless us. Part 1 is over. Thank you.
All right, that was for you so at the live coverage, you know, Maona speeches, you know, baby, I do see no, critical. Ahano and woman besu. Abrana or first speeches and analysis and now cost or background, I mean, easy. Ready? Yeah, I am out. Yasaba. What's it?
No, so Mike, okay, I'll feed them.
I feed it. With them, analysis are costs is here.
But Kofi, politics are full of machinations.
Machinations never to me now.
Oh yeah, machinations never to me because General Mosquito is someone over 44 years experience in elections. In fact, in 1979, or the elections, he was a member of the
let me say, first time I will share your dunya. You do any what year?
And you're quite a in Shakespeare.
No, in Shakespeare, who said you do any what year? He has been blind from birth. But or more Ghana history, anything politics, anything sports, anything Ghana history, was I a political student? Political science student. And you know, his analysis is very key. What he can say is a very difficult surgeon mosquito burying based on one or two. Near one analysis now, and about says first speeches. So see, I was saying actually machinations. Oh
yeah, machinations. Because this is the man. I make an Okuta 44 years experience in election in 1979. He was there. This whole Fourth Republic. He has been a member of Parliament for the Wenchi West before it was called time from 1992 to 2004. Before he lost to Jordan Kwa and Sana Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim Erbano. And he has been a general secretary from 2005. Now, I say how I share Abakwasembi. We share NDC Abakwasema. NDC Nanka first no. Nanka mu chairman Emi and to show Muti party na Alaji Isifu Ali. President Mahama Eboni Dia when you baby kono. Only Orobia a friend Munufie. Na post Buzia Memoli. He's from a UP stock. But Obe joining NDC. They were the chairman. So in 2002, NDC, party reorganization after they have gone to opposition. Dr. Obeda Samoa, around, bisa amount for the brave. Say, say Benya co-chair, and I say, you Benya chair Bakope, Nipa do Nakaso, say one national chairman who will be the leader of the party if the flag bearer is not elected. Obakaya 2002 to 2005, there was a whole lot of confusion in NDC as to Rollins faction and Obed faction. The history was that Obed Asamoah, who research no, they will say one national chairman. And the other nation will contest it. I know the problem Kakaba, Obed and Rollins in terms. Until the first major Congress, NDC I say, elected chairman no, any general secretary nominee I don't know. It was 27th of April, Saturday 2002. Our Lachek Fair. Obed Asamoah or the two votes and the BT Alaji Idrisi Mahama. And the chairman of the Council of Elders. And your general secretary, near friend Dr. Ni Ama Josiah Aye. Now, Dr. Ni Ama Josiah Aye, Onuna, in 2004. Onuna in 2004. Ebeto Jase Oni Ora and the national chairman of the New Patriotic Party. Ora Stephen Ayensu team. According to Komobi, Emma, you suspended no, you 3-member committee. Na Ora Alban Kisford Smani Bagwin. Oya Speaker of Parliament is here. On and down, and Ora Lawyer Kokuba, and Honorable the late Ama Comfort Benyuado. No members of the committee. You suspended no. No, and then Lubiana General Mosquito about the American Cemetery. Etianuno and 2005. Omuko Kofodia Eric Kotea and it is only you see and no December brain by Emma Ebenya DFP out of NDC. Ni baby say Dr. Obeda Samoa, Lawyer Kokuba, Madame Frances Erabana is here to this year. And all MPPs is here. Omina Omufi NDC nim. And also Dr. Kwabneje, he emerged as the national chairman. And Ora Dr. and first time Yera Johnson Esedun Ketia, the substantive general secretary of the party, which Honorable Samuel Fosompov already in 2002 he was elected as the national organizer. So he continued to be the national organizer. He was re-elected again. South men only Ora Kofi Potofi and a contest here and Odifitino and Yera Yawatinjan, a deputy national organizer. Now, Numuna 2008, Omuni Nameka say, Sa Congress Numuno, Miama Danfo, and was a free anchor, or Kwapaman school papa, also a deputy general secretary of the party, only Ora Muhammad Ahmed Askolondo Baba Jama, Omuno Mube, the deputy general secretaries of the party. And Numuna 2010, Obaka, Sa Congress now, Rollins, Ecoso bids it in the show Amuna. And then send baby 205 year no Abubonto Congress I know American 2010 no Omuyano Tamale
yeah Mekaiba they do
okay Omuyano Tamale I know Dr. Kwabneje Osai Oyuni as the national chairman and also Yera Johnson Esedun Ketia General Mosquito J4C Oyuni as the general secretary and Madam for Yao Watinjai, senior man, Sunyani this year, Owini as the national organizer. Now, Enumuna 2014, Millennium CR, the deputy general secretary of the party, a former deputy national youth organizer of the party, a member of the Fonka, Friends of Kunedu, Obaka Fonka Games, 2011, 9 July, Sunyani. Kofi Adam was very, very instrumental in the Fonka team. Or decided, say, Obeko national organizer. Now, Obo organizer, Ekotu Yabuatinjan in 2014. In that Congress, we have Omoya on 27 December 2014. Oh, Kumasi, it was Saturday. And Nuna, Obaka, Sa Congress, Nuna, Miamadafu, Ivan Green Street, Okoka Assembly, Sam George, Eka said, because of the disability, he needs an elevator. And Sana, who Niamapapa, and I said, better gun now. NDC for you. That was 27 December 2014. And Dr. Ora Kofi Potof, or no minimum phobia, a Siaquasia, obey the national chairman of the party. General Mosquito, Etwaso, the general secretary. Brasami Foto, Honorable Samuel Fosompo, the former DC, former MP for Fantiaqua, former deputy Eastern Regional Minister, former Eastern Regional Minister, former local government minister, and former parliamentary candidate for Tema West in the 2012 election. Obey the first vice chair of the party. Anna Ora Kofi Adam, a national organizer. And on the debut, Samuel Koku Sichope Anidoho as the deputy general secretary of the party. Oni Ora George Lawson. Edidimwana 2018, Yabaya Ora Samuel Fosompo, a chairman, and Agwedua, say, General Episode contest in the chairman. Eti Abakwasam Kakre one of the Atu Assembly Albert maybe Same.
Last minute machinations, what can be the outcome and how is it done?
Make what you so na me tieti sempa. What you say, Kofi? Last minute
you go Johnson no one has Uncle Johnson.
Oh, me masono de eye adwuma manini na afura ba masono de eye adwuma pa. Me tie pin kura to fema me tie. Eti me de maso tutu fam say machinations say koso pa na machinations say be koso na bi last minute campaign a no ye den a kakra beko obi betua kakra obi be mo obi bibi obi so be ne obeye obi so kasa so beko so ene nyama bi yesi bibi so brofo bi a Pablo Diaba influence peddlers nso omo so be omo de Pablo brofo me madam for George Parado the former DC for Kwapem no the brofo na make influence peddlers omo so be omo de eti ni na machinations a ebeko so in the last minute.
As to say, nobody depending on the margin as it stands now. Exit polls, baby, akoso, ebimo akko, submarine, and agree akko share who is leading and what needs to be done. As it stands now, campaign team leaders, will be able to tell say koye and say enkoye.
But usha afenu nipa mienu na obi na experienced politician.
Very.
Uhe obi say me amadam for chairman Mikromni Samuel Ofosompofa. We're defeating a strong politician like Professor Adufeni. What you doing that Professor Adufeni? Professor Albert Dubois. Every time, MPP flag bearer, all of the head of department, history, University of Ghana, Adufeni. What you defeating of Fantiaqua? Emma, Kenoforiata, and Papa, Joseph Foriata in 1996, or contested MPP flag bearer race on Professor Dubois, J. Kufonum. Onya 69 pe no percent obe contested Fantiaqua but we share juma no for some of fire or the name American Dwane and Fantiaqua a stronghold of the MPP but for some of and as honorable Samuel for some of let me win 2 times we win 2 times which is 1996 and the year 2000 let us say also
a very strong position.
Yes, or a very strong and strategic
but so we share in terms of strategy a groundwork se said because when they are why they never so
usha ofosopofo down work no ono de bi o kase adwuma no ofem he doesn't just talk or a result oriented person but esiedun ketia nia NDC for ne tiase NDC for ne pe yen attack personality yen use propaganda to achieve our aim and no na NDC for ni na no na esiedun ketia
enti baako ko ne frenchim ena baako nso bro baako yam
sa I love you NDC politics ne de enya sofo semo
ene ya futu ade ma chairman no
me de ma me aminu be ma Mikromni chairman Ofosompo
say on fa sofo no tonche kaka
be on fa tonche o ka wo so kan bi because that is what NDC for ne tiase NDC is not like MPP.
Okay. Obi can we say can
yes silent omo de anitie silent omo de anitie eti enkoye ho elda sembia o kan bi o di see atu
I was there for you so at the live coverage April. Accra Sports Stadium and yede NDC amanyuku no National Democratic Congress womo Congress womo aba and yede report no every Sabre Electoral Commission womo ashase ACC adaka na emu esum no eho na fie delegates no eya ni nyina dadi enti eho na behunu se delegate wey no di wachi pa ma fans enso okohyemu a obi ani wenti no atro e de atia o mate se nipa mienu a contest no ebi atimi awe check dabi mienu wo mo aka ho ba
ni o ma site ni samoya odu se no we yo mo
dabi ma yo mo afim
okay
wo mo ka ho ba wo mo nka ho wo mo vote ya 1 2 1 testing my
any o mo nkwaji o musike
enti wo mo de no so ho ba nipa mienu no oko block ni bi wo how say NDC vote na ya na ya block to say the ene me call Legon me call to say northern region na wo mo cast no ma brand say wo mo tro e dia ma General Mosquito wo mo say they are going in block oko Ashanti regional also they me pick here che say majority na ko chairman Ofosompo and general etmia infiltrate wo kakra enya 1 or 2 votes be also ho oko ahafo regional ahafo Collins Dauda any former Brahafo regional minister Erikopoku woman so team up me nimbi for one general mosquito woman so yeah underground machinations
and I'm say machinations our politics move and the politics na and Kofi Bonifafre nim obi ade ebia be years back but that be obesoreti or debate now you say den tipana a whole deputy minority chief whip Ebeka Chen the national chairman say here to speak about now wada
Ahmed, no, that was a fact because
no, it was not a fact. No, Kofi
Speaker,
I vehemently disagree with
Speaker,
you. It is not true.
Speaker,
for some people nine.
No way.
He was there.
He was not. Was he in Parliament?
Yes, he was in Parliament.
Was he there when they were picking the ballot?
Maybe he was not at the forefront, but he was there.
Okay. Into Okobi.
Yes, Okobi.
But what members of Parliament now? They say General Ejina will much more.
No,
Speaker.
Say members of Parliament Nikasa many of because party biano say ye kwa ye said I will nipa bia ye say adie we die e wona area nti na obedi anima ye enu nche say ofoso so te dai hot ese edun ketia can say an achievement no the same thing can be ofoso achievement and the failures of ese edun ketia no can also be the failures of ofoso
It's one year no omuja the same skill.
Yeah, omuja the same skill. Putogu riegum. And I don't see the reason why. And then obi baba beka say bia obi na anye collation na obi kofa MPP ni ba na defa ikosi. And the whole NDC party kakrakawi mo nanka mo kra mo propaganda office. Mutimi tina mo obi kofa MPP ni ebe am IT official. Oh, and na party na enye serious.
Enti abusiafo said dem kan ye no afei na agro ne form no hyasie afei na abatro no ebekoso so far we check here over 900 delegates na ebeto abano o hwe 9,000 sorry
9,000 yes
afei na wo mo eba beto abano ene enti ye hwe ba bia ebeko foreign votes no so bebam but ebi twa plenty case ni abatro na ka wo mo
me adia ba ko na me send this for say mebu no say politics age na mebu so until they should unite their youth front President Mahama oyobi asisi ano he has become the thing god of the party our kasa amanfoti unfair President Mahama former president okay. He has become the thing god of the party until unfair sami any Miami new broja and a Miami of a million Madiana George Pariado. Now, just no united youth front.
No, I know, sir, or invited the two parties, or invited Samet Nasamen Count, but yes, or invited Samet and or invited Pablo. So, and I, but I say, I know, court, you know, I am different. And next, we no more about say, the executive thing now tomorrow.
I want to see a competitive elections in 2024 because. Even though no maybe or other side no because of Niama cathedral is no all no ama me hope other side no from because cathedral is no what say dictator
cathedral is
dictator and politics obi anywa ope dictator obi anywa best accept say obi unkwa be kan and I will not support a nepotistic politician. We have a president when I say only the future bia who can say bia and nepotistic leader like a Akufo-Addo. Let us all unite, whether NDC or MPP, together and fight against him because he is a wicked leader. He is the most cruel leader Ghana has ever so far.
But I want to make a say Nana has been the most cruel leader.
Oh, yeah, the most. I have evidence to prove. Masa, if you tell me, I'll go there. MPP is not a bad party, but we have a bad omen like Akufo-Addo who has come to join our party and destroying the party.
Wow, party leader.
Yes, MPP is not a bad party, but we have a bad omen. Listen to my word, read my lips. A bad omen like Akufo-Addo who has come to join the party and destroying the party. Me say, who the Akufo-Addo? I compare Akufo-Addo. Who the General Kofi Amankwefrifa? Ejina Homa Akufo. Nafa Bwachijan. Ejina Homa Akufo-Addo. Who supervised the death of Kofi Amankwefrifa? And not Bwachijan. But I can tell you, sir, a free fan, even in his death, no, he's more relevant than Kojo Bwachijan. Sana Akufo, even though a former, or more relevant than Akufo-Addo today.
Hey, you do messing about so. abusiafo sabe abatro no ekoso ye cameras no down ho enchemete asimu ewo ho na mamma I will be trying to get you who is leading. That is what we will do. And na say nchen ma results na emma ye be di kan projections wa ha but Mugabe wa ha ma meneno eni enkomo.
Oh, senior man we mami tia no binya kametia no pa
ai ya bako de nyamena dum
Mugabe bako de
ya me ne nyamena dum ye te ase na ebe ma na sane na na ebe set up na ete ma bi si anwumre ye koda ye ne nyamena dum wasan boy a boy ho ban a ya temo free anopa be nu nsia ebe si sabre ya ye da so ti ase ye be ka say so far so good enema edida na krom panyin na da ene panifu a wo so mo kasa nyina o ma ye den o ma ba be kasa wi ase say de electoral commission for panifu o ma bi ekwema o ma ase o mo hihye o mo niema HBR na abato no be de ebe koso menia gobi de mani ajo won no say bamba for na bo adwuma papa
oh yeah na de si o kepo si wo mo adwuma
kepo so me ho
na ho
de si emi ho
na je say ho no wo wan tutu ni yie
nya say wan tutu ni yie hu say wo ma expect say bibi sa betime ene aba and now we are also na two positions when you to ho aba national women's organizer and national youth organizer any of deputies o ma bato na na ye de kwa akoto na na wo sha we na akwa internal elections ntino na ofi say bia obi be fi ni fan na abunkum aba be ye boni bia ba no say ba ye ne post for no timi bo mo modern a o mo tumi so ano e ma bato na ye de timi course Central Regional Police Commander friend DCOP Amenyo wone ne mrata ne bo adwuma ye papa ana we director of operations opanyi eye DCOP Shuraja wone ne mrata na o so mo ho ene ne so a mo grounds me ho eye COP Yohunu ene COP eye ese ayarega ene ne panefo a o mo bo adwuma ye papa as a Greater Accra Regional Police Commander ene ne mrata ene ne mabawa no so far so good o my idea me dia baby ameko bia na na bambo ne ade hia me ye papa say se woni bamba me no mienu nyina no enya de betimi akwa ba be di ejuma e be ka se mambo na ye de so for my idea ene obi a conducting won yie both aspirants are omo contest about 66 aspirants omo vie for different positions no o ma chita for no o my idea ye papa for sample for general ye nua Yamin Akamba Chibani Kobe Ballon Akugan omo positions ni nyina no make so far so good
but kese no ankasa ma wo say Victor Smith enam touchline wa oba inside ono enra odi kan to true bi gumu basa we be see piecing in wa Joshua gumba basa
yes and some no so the general ba be here no yes and no general nya opportunity I don't want to mention the name of that platform because it will be platform
so many problems
it onya kwan no ono so eyi ne ho ano say opanyin no kwaso ne kasa baby a ono wanyina du e wa amanyesem no yesi panyin due matemati obi betufo and your photo so there say obi tufu a opa obetimi afa wotie dodo na photo na de o papa wo mo no wafa de o ra mo wo no na wato agu baby yesi bible no kura che kokuno no o so de yepa ya yere amaye o se hire ne enu menie we mo yi de o pe wa bra bo be se yi a if you wara nya obi na be so o de time o future yere na wa yi mawo tell say January so no amanyo se obi a wo ne 1956 ya won 1 year sana Ghana ye ba benya independent nti wo beka so obi a wakodare mo wa amanyese papa bibi bia wa amanyeso mbia na wura bi mo wa ye mra se bedani wa ye general secretary wa serve on various committees abra no ye member of parliament se se ya ka aye parliamentary board wa ono so obi odi mo tetima ye pa se se ana the 8th aye parliament no odi mo tetima ye papa nti o mo nyina no they are equally good maga se chairman of number 4 anyway no they are equally good media from day one because national delegate conference NDC ekui me yimi nwaso wo say me nyi obi achi obi obeba bia no media metanachi
okay the chairman quick one chairman of Osu Ampofo
fantastic
afena all year the general di kan baba ye no general ba ye hunu say oje fans no a
afena oje
media when so very tactical
so oje
time afena no so oje ne dey
chairman general
yes afena there be when you say mo chairman general na mo C for C Chairman General Secretary. C for C.
And G for C is so general.
General.
And I say C for C now also.
C for C. C for C. And I say a coded. A D no yoko. And a general the so obvious.
General on an Italian was a lady. None what you. I said Fuguate. Akotade pa weze adone say eni bra so bra ne
Saturday no puna wo punu no enu ya wa Saturday
wo dia wo no wo ya bunu ni wo wadi na chiache
Saturday we
ka mini ba bia wo free wo ka enya me wanwa what ya say ko bi ba ayefe so far so good
but so pege ya ka say yi ba ko right now the key question is say NDC be lose one of these personalities.
You need to lose a bit of this contest.
Party no, sir. The way my campaign no, say General Lusua and one no NDC. Oba NDC no but
so General was some of BBA. Me I don't want to mention them so. Party in here your various positions. Obi to say director of elections. Obi to say campaign manager. Obi to say campaign team member. We need all of them on board. Send this opposition no more power. Put me new for support for instance. And out to me general so you dey NCJ. Did I make us say a chita for the woman they do. Papa the phone kasa ni mo ba ya. Abotoya baba ama obi bia me ne.
Mugabe but yi ba ko. General Mosquito and chairman.
We wo mo nyina achi.
Dabi.
Ontime wo mo nyina achi.
Ontime wo mo nyina achi.
Ba Kofi me say
anya hwe uni abema o te America.
General tie.
Uni abema o te America. We yi na nim so o general.
Wono ne dey ko na me dey ko. Me general ya mase. Me yi fi hane ewo sekwa ele hane de. Omo boy yi. Chamo for samba for sno. Me ba so ya me wo fa prekope. Omo nyina no obi ameto ne sa fa me o program so bia no. Anaju de so mo ko omo nyina ba. Na bia do na ba ya de say me gina hey. Ana Kofi say me ya presenter say general manager. Oh okay. Me yi mani say me o na me wo bia. Sa presenter bi o shama se no ko ye bibia. Abade na me so asotwe bi o ha meteme de ama no. Ti wasa me a me ye eja ewo station ho no. Me gina fifi say eja na me rema bibia ya de ekwaso boko. Me de madam ani say me ye NDC ni. We are Calvary member of NDC. We want to be nebi. We are Sajenia. We are neutral. I know. But I am be there. You anim. Say you you need be.
And you know, want to be support.
David. Position is saying, woman, you know, woman, you know, woman, you know, penifua, woman, converting. I'm a vetting committee. I clear woman. To be our contest for any position, Biano, where you qualify.
But is it true, sir? Former President John Mahama support one of them.
Former President John Mahama on 2 occasions. First time I am the family, John Mahama, the family, Mahama family, had the statement by Yana Rafik, I am Mahama. Odena Sasha Sakrata. Fantastic media.
Ayakando. Yamakaba. Abatron Ayo. No, but I hear it too much.
Expected, because Chabari was up a very strong person.
Okay.
And the general of generals, honestly, very solid. So, what do you expect? Very competitive contest.
I understand some members of parliament no more or Dawson Kubima General Mosquito. Is that true? Because of speakership race, you know, the Obaba yeah.
What Dawson Kumumina?
Auntie Ahmed Ebwa.
What you say?
Ahmed Ebwa.
Of what I say?
Well, colleague member of parliament.
Of what I say?
Obakai. What was say? Oh, pe. Abra. No members of parliament. Who here will be a big number.
Me say my guess of what?
Okay.
Me say they were Dawson Emma General. Some they were Dawson Emma Chairman. They are Dawson. And then I remember the quite worker.
Over to me.
Aye.
Better no way.
Better back.
Aye, yeah, why?
Back.
No, yeah, me so better no back.
Me to say no.
Me nim say we who for na dey now to me kan ya.
Me to say no. Better back.
Better back. Aye, yeah, chairman na secretary.
Better back. You also have to one there.
Aye, yeah, chairman for sample.
Better back.
Ana general hospital.
Delegates when him the MIN. Yep, and times and seasons. They are ending the leadership.
Okay. Then there is those you will need maybe a group for beer. They believe that the time I'm home to see you have a women organizer, Moyina, Neni Sweshi. You have a flag bearer who is perceived to be Boko. Until you need a chairman, Neni Sweshi, and then get a general secretary, Neni Sweshi, to be able to match up with them people. Will you agree?
Obia about to Obia na adventure. Obia for Bia na adventure.
But do you believe in the Nipane Kano? Adventure. Also, adventure is saying what class animal here?
Adventure is at the end of the day, you control about will be able to make Dinkunimama in 2024. And no, we shouldn't entertain any other excuse. We are going for power.
Going for power will mean say there should be that unity.
Yes.
But campaigner, these two.
We need somebody very courageous. Obey united. Or yeah, Obia obey by the party no at all times. Or you be able to to me. At the end of the day, we are. I will say, "Okay, boom, we are going for power," and I have no doubt. I say, yeah, about to hear to campaign. Obin for acid in good chairman be how many ngui. About to hear to Obi suspended a whole general secretary. About to hear to they suspended general chairman be of the party. Yeah, Kobima. LP before yes, I name away. Yeah, they want power in 2016. This is to be expected. It's clearly contested. It is to be expected. At the end of the day, we come together, and we cannot afford to disappoint the good people of this country. I can assure you.
Intelligence our picking Nipa Berry no men can say choose.
It's a very close contest.
Okay. Margin very close on.
A very close contest. Okay. The margin will not be that wide.
Okay.
But this time and this season we deserve a particular candidate and a particular chairman, and I know the trust and confidence I have in the delegates of the NDC, no.
I pray say by that time no. Maybe so no beka said now hwehwe no wanya no. And then they say obeka.
Oh, you need to abani we are. I know the na me hwehwe no. Na delegate phone be you no.
Okay.
Then there no problem. So, yanya break.
All right. Eti yeguso a yedi enkomo ye ne honorable Akando, or a member of parliament. Now there's this perception say MPs ni nyina no vote in block. Enti na ye hwe na dwen e wo ho, and then
for anybody to say all members of parliament will vote in a particular direction. For anybody to suggest say the 137 people ni nyina no you better have one candidate, that cannot be right.
That is not true. Yeah.
That certainly cannot be correct.
And why a campaign the chairman is CA our name nipa no mu no akọ na your friend is saying more terms mu discover is saying Dr. Smith.
Well, I would say ebia na enra na adwono anasa ando pai onya akwa enchia delegate ni bi
tiwe enchia
nte bia o cheche o wan up on na mu obi a dey such a campaign masa delegate bia o fi di ko abedu sa enne ando pai why na adwene about 90% of them
but let me say a question way now mache any enra na jo around 12:15 na enkofo ye niema wa stadium ha me site nipa bi a wo mo ahyehyɛ some special ntade bi a wo mo twa sa box yi ho hia wo mo nwura inside ankasa twa we no ho hia sa and now machi so a wo mo names chantani ade sa fa stadium kakaka yi ho fa ho sa we say means no it means do sa in politics
obi a ni gidie me meti me nye sa de ni obi su gidi so freedom of worship obi a
but any to make chamo obi on
me nyinni nya me gidie no obi su gidie no
okay
me meti ai nya me gidie no obi su would disagree with me say yeah adwuma just for that one
the belief say general audio about out no general audio about out the belief say e be affect no will you agree
e be affect no
yeah the chances there are some who believe say
what you na
that I don't know say intro there but me name say intro also on intro but
so I think that was affect
yes in sense work
obi a for why na agi so beto ama general that they went to me and man son agi.
Okay.
So why you adwen nko a ebia nipa na ntoma no ndo pe reasons bia enu nti e ma na ntoma no also bi o take decision wie ansa na akope obi o a akonfo abakrom
akonfo abakrom
obi o take decision wie no akope reasons why I take that decision so say akonfo ni bi dia many problem
okay
but obi o be na adwen dia look me to be boss share video
okay
general onye small boy or politics.
Sure.
Nti utibu say ade no onim say ye video no onim say record no enye secret.
Yeah.
What I say. And e ade a na oni party for na edi nkomo.
Yeah.
No oni party for edi nkomo. Omo bisa any question na o chechiri.
Yeah.
What I say.
Sure.
And na your party di mo no. O ko delegates ni nchen a. They want to know o person mo tin niam ase.
Okay.
Any class of the Quabiasi, I'm not party near Modia.
That's true.
We don't win election. We are party panino. No, I can't be standing some no kind of crash now, man. What's the cry? Me, I will have every problem with him. If somebody is able to tell me, say, the general Kayano and Tro now a good party anymore, I'll have every problem with him. But not until anybody comes out to say, do I cannot end the crown. Yeah.
Joseph Yamin. Now to ask you, what is happening? One of them away. Omo chairman of some of away for what? So I find not one of the Omo away because me call Legono, not the region for no more to general mosquito. Into so Kofa near Bonaway, it is understandable. I say about Miako voter region near Bonaway. It is understandable.
For me, we should stop these things. What I say, Chairman of Osampo small boy in this party.
Yeah.
If you vote for him, you must keep it to yourself.
Sure.
But say about when away money I don't know. Pasobia and so. What I say. But I think that I also know or that skin.
Sure.
My airports are changing.
Definitely, you understand why it is happening.
So I should be a general because we are politics. I'm Papa Solomon, sir. Or they may call general said the band me on try me to be to me. So you understand?
Honorable Babna Minta Akando and Yenino Edi and Komono. Mama me feed na me should be screenway so what is happening down there? Ama Nipano Epuchia Sabre Womo ma fans Hosano. Yeguso yeah ma update no. They do a onyankoi and no ebe traso with the analysis no na fe ya hwe said ye but afutu e ba yes ma general ensim se sia no I think say afutu pa right now we a last minute campaign bia tunisi everything is possible and don't be surprised say other candidates no ebeba enti say general am fan said you di kan be ye na eno anu no na oye na dwen se obesan ababiewo a ani betumi ayenyan especially say one more clash at this time and let's see how that one goes but me research kakra me kokoye we part 1 member part 2 na dwene de no anopa research kakra me koye e wo Legon there be a delegates no e wo asudien na ekoso why no betro abano e de amano and why they will vote for certain people no and now ahomachi pa me do okwa na ebi mo enya twi wo mo se enwie ye ahomachi ene esi mu call Legon kokohwe se sen ena delegates na adwen eko enti ene ebi di nkomo abra wo mo hyi jama ene ade no ye yi we ni wi a me ba be ma enra na jonso some individuals ahemfo bi a wo be hu delegates no enra na jo ahemfo nyina ba de Legon a wo mo ye campaign gidi top figures a campaign no enya for general secretaryship but for the chairmanship position enye easy cra do has it gotten to that point esa ahemfo nyina wuram bi
enya na no hedin enra na jo pa ahemfo ba Legon be ye campaign no tama me ko me say Mr. Minta Kando, the MP for Jaboso.
Yes, Minta Kando.
Okay, assembly, I mean, in Yadrin. I see, you suspend the chairman, you suspend the general secretary. Oh, you be that. On question history in 2004.
Correct.
They suspended their general secretary, Dr. Niyama Josiah, on 14 December 2016. Or the South of the one or the room. No, or a law lecture. Regional secretary, okay, KOFI. He was also suspended.
Yeah, make I
buy. And it's here. On history, me historian, Assembly is here. Me odie. Unko Faba, Meko Akasa Koyaba, Akoyi date ni Nabanti. So can ye.
All right, then see, you do rebatala or they amano no say, and young people in Kwan will you much edi. And this is why you be that. And yes, I.
Yeah, almost why you be that. Almost why you be
okay, so like I said,
even in 2005 at KOFI Congress, over there somewhat transfer for 8 hours. Johnson Kwanon to be sorry for Johnson.
Because
the boys around him, the violence at that Congress, no, not annoying, the animosity, not annoying.
I was there for so my memo dear me who ye and ne anopay. Now if that is anything to go by, one can swallow your calculation. Memo deeper one, which is a new one I do see ye will gone. A honor machinations, you know, can see a pa.
I like the word.
Machinations, I can see a pa. Who will say near me cop.
If you are adequate Kwadia and Kotuko no Babono. Oh yes.
But one to go no mamma. That's a long way to go, but has come to stay. That's a long way to go, but has come to stay. Jonas make up, but has come to stay.
KOFI, he has been the parliamentary aspirant for Ablekuma Central in 2015. Only Halidu Haruna and the Koe and Halidu Ewuni. And Usha in Legon, now Odia Kuti of Vanda Fomupa, your friend Vanda Pulling, the JCR president Crawford, sometimes. And Sana, Usha NDC. Communication team no 2009 year he has been the forefront NDC dia otokono and even the party school now omote and the party school no omote no odimo akutipa is the brave behind the school enti otokono ni di nyafo from NDC mukra.
So what will make woman in the contest na say woman name no what top chain or no dey no yes bobo timo pa say mo send this mo person munya crop of more money question yes sir
Dabi just as I was talking about Otukono but we didn't know they have baby there yeah so I'm say about KOFI we say we need people who are fearless we need people who are dedicated we need people who fight for the party any day and me I believe Otukono is number one. Yes, we have people too here who like they are fortunate they are supporting General and also supporting Otukono. But I don't mean that all those supporting are supporting Otukono. Yes, but for us, for me, I'm for Otukono. And I believe in his leadership. Because we have seen him when we were in our trenches in Garu. Garu in the northern region, he was there with us. He was pushing us, he was giving us the force. So we are going for him. And he's our man.
All right, Mama, the song for the last time. Now, one time campaign. So,
Otukono. That's a wrong way to go, but has come to stay. Otukono. That's a wrong way to go, but has come to stay. Generous may go, generous may come, but Otukono has come to stay. Otukono has a long way to go, but has come to stay. Number 3, the most accessible man. The rest, Bola Goose, so much school fees. So much school fees, so what my can be just school fees.
After deputy general secretary.
Oh, you're polling agent.
Yeah.
For why?
My younger brother, Dr. Francis Goodyear.
Oh no, they didn't anymore. They didn't anymore. Where are delegate? Delegate from area, Ben.
It's Kuma Odobembra.
It's Kuma Odobembra. Okay, constituency
vice chairman.
Chairmanship, no question.
Oh, chairmanship, they make ama a chairman general.
Chairman general,
yeah. And Johnson Asedun Katia.
Okay, so I will share for the first time. I want to chairman general. Not just a general secretary or a chairman. Until no friend chairman general. And it's all chairman general. Pay your code for Johnson Asedun Katia. And now OTC for SIA. Not just a chairman for chairman. Of Usu Ampofo. Reason I'm Mohono Uchet Modoso more Kwaman and I said, what's what they're declaring?
Yes, Central Region as a whole, Nede. Let's make us say General Johnson Asedun Katia is having like 65 to 70% of the delegates.
That was Central Region.
I'm telling you, it's Central Region.
Will you be surprised that Central Region will call for General Mosquito?
Oh, I said I never want it. If you say, Usha, in the national election, September or any campaign, one of my cost started.
Okay. So here for the first time, I do in fact, he's blind from birth, but he's able to tell us everything. Well, the predictions na what trouble we are before the out no. The prediction be also my this, but some say we MPP neighbor this election they will lose.
2024 now. Now 2024 we need cross and can yakupon your face. Na near cathedral is where Uni, Mamacha, I am minimum. They are not calling the bluff of this wicked man.
Oh, yes.
Who they interest? It will be a talking for another day.
Because your old man, don't describe him as a wicked man.
No, tell him Kofi, the man is wicked.
All right, Central Region, 65% for
Johnson Asedun Katia. Then when you come to the General Secretary,
yes,
General Secretary, maybe Joshua Amido Akamba, but I'll call that. He's down to earth. He understands the masses. He understands the grassroots people. He understands NDC in and out. People love him. But if you find the prediction at the end of the day, no, Amapo Bedi Wonder. But because of Ejuma Waye, we're committing no NDC party. People go in for big position when we come to power. Peter Boamo Tukuno has made sure that he will serve NDC party. And that is the reason why we, the delegate, are going to reward him. I'm not speaking as an observer. I'm not speaking as an ordinary NDC member. Me Kasa as NDC delegate. My delegate, this is my 5th time. I'm here, your friends, constituency executive member, and we know one now wait me here.
I'm finding out this from you. At the hand ever, they are not ready. General. Yeah. You don't have to tell me. You don't have to tell me. What did they now? But my analyst will tell you, say they don't do what they are not delegates. But they do not translate. At the same time, fear delegates.
Yes. Oh, Kofi Andia, make one more example, baby.
Okay.
In 1969. Okay. Election I two Kebuzia, baby, and you Koya, Bedema, Kofi Agbeli Bedema, Bedema.
Yeah.
Baby, and you Koya, when your fans, I need the day nana, but machinations no.
Yeah.
And I make sure say air course no. Machinations are going on.
And sorry, General, and what you see more or General fans now.
It's true, but all the national congresses General were participating apart from 2005. Now all banana oye new no and sheda na wana yena ye kwato aba kofoduano na ye sheda enim no papa. But apart from that, from 2018, and he's ready to work for the party. Joshua Amido Akamba and Yobia Ocha selfie, not the auto so I can say, me a Jumano. Joshua Amido Akamba is part and parcel of your president. Move 106 seats to 137 seats, and among all all the 7 contestants, your friends and national organizer position. Currently, the only person,
the Dumavinis Cabo General Mount. Was Shana Cotadi and all. Who said, oh, contra, Tuana, I found a contra. A decent sign at Tabiano. Anna, was a same a chatting TV, I shy at Shannon. Nina, politically, or million. Okay, and was share and also the account. Nina, politically, no meaning. Okay, but spiritually, sir. Our spiritual meaning, sir, but I'm not looking at the spiritual aspect. Okay. I'm looking at the political aspect. What yes. Okay. What does it mean? It means I'm battle ready. It means Obia. Only an address or better about my crying. Yeah, it means Sanadri. That means last minute. Sanya Maya, Romo Yano. Yeah. Because still you won't go for this idea. We are delegate. Why a delegate for 5 times? At what point and I'm waging to Mrs. San? And at what point and I'm making wagging?
Ragovi, no quarantine. Let me say, 85 to 90% of the delegate only decide every
85
to 90% delegate only decide every. Okay. No amount of they whatever can change Obi Nema in the says yeah. Okay. 10% now I can and I say 15 to 10%, 10 to 15% now I can. Yeah. They look at what is going on. Okay. Near course to say Obi within these 2-3 minutes near course I bet me ask some Obi Nage. Or just say the Biami Wano in Koye. Look, Michia one delegate from Central Region. Okay. Now on this side only C4C, no only G4G, G4C. Now, time now, chairman of Osampa for Air Casano. Even Jet Screen now, what the chairman Air Castle, but what the president, General Secretary Johnson, I said, don't catch the better. What see the way delegate that time, no one allow you observers and buy inside. No observers, no what not delegate, no more acting on Conjano. So, what take dead now, why and catch them say, look, baby, I want to, or trouble, better Abanaseno. Intino Obeba, your baby, I didn't award. Like I said, they didn't need me, my wife. That 10% now I can black coffee. To me, a move will be said no. And the baby, I don't know, he said no. Everybody wants to be part of the winning team. Let me be part of baby, a dumb baby, and I said, interesting analysis. But like I said, a year done deal so far. Yeah. From a delegate's point. Yes, this is my great Mrs. Last minute. Yes. What's that? Time I about MPP Congress. No? Yeah. Usha even a day before. No, because you say could be a bewunya. Unyini. But your background one and I do better 9 more. Now 20 a deed on board in the crowd to you. That's true. Yes. That's true. What went wrong? Then of course politics is full of machinations and strategies. And you what machinations and no strategy ebe aduma no wona utimi wini pandit me posters there Yabeka agree from analytical point of view. Yeah. But ni ono ko to aba no ono na agree different. Say edu anadwi the siom ade a chia homache na declaration ne ba na general weni a ebe won. Oh, Kofi me obi a me delegate and I Kofi, to be honest with you, ebeyam won but NC. Okay. Because I know what I'm talking about. Many 2 candidates are for more than 10 regions, which is many Pitabuamo Tukuno. Echimbeya 5 regions. And I know Western and Western North, Ashanti region, Central region, okay, part of Eastern region. Okay. I know what the delegates are talking about. Many Joshua Amido Akamba up rounds. In some delegate where then Walker fiti Thursday anajo eba anapay me need the same two aspirants ya call rounds even though ya call rounds na ye tie other positions near a delegate why then worker you see but one thing I can say the chairmanship position anapay let me ask you for some of when you vote kakre bi aka ne there no okay anapay something happen at Legon inti vote kakra de obetumi enya ade aka ne there inka percentage na general abenya no eso bete but all in all Ragovi market general Asedun Katia is going to win this election after your friends in the voting no what declare the one who is going to be declared as our next chairman general Asedun Katia
then see ya o say ma general who votes ma chairman
you see chairman of the Sampafo all rounds na near AC and a pen. I think the man is so smart psychologically. Okay. Psychologically, or winning or be through psychological speaks. Okay. In summer, okay. Need 10 minutes message be na okano. Obi o ho ebesi sanadwe. Obi o ho ebesi sanadwe. But near can say near omaya yes na me buy me bra penny no okay. Baby omaya atiti ampasa akodui. Look, we don't need Obi Obeka say yam fanche. Look in that na me taxi mu. Taxi driver catch me say wo. One wo beto aba no de ama NDC come 2024. But my entina biom na ye wie na ye meka nkyira we say wo. MPP for we wi aba no we chinchin yesa age. They will never forgive us when we do that. Taxi driver asama o catch me no. Oyi ni party card. Meaning say omo pe eni so share for. That is it. Oyi ni MPP membership card e de kire me. Ono wa to abadi ama MPP party. But this time around MPP has failed them. Near airport no in ye airborne air time at Omena Tita Pansai Ragovi. So over the Bema in 2024. But they needed to assure themselves when they vote for us, we are ready to make sure say you better protected the vote now. And looking at all the chairmen that are coming, the only person that can do that for us, Befa Elder Asem, Befa Asori Asem, Befa Fache, Befa Father for all in 5 years the Madino. Any general mosquito, general Asedun Katia, only mom no to me LDM for that. We know what Jemesa did and how General Asedun Katia faced them. Offensive Electoral Commission. That is what NDC masses from their branch what to Abama Yen constituency for no. That is what they are telling us. Say we should go and elect a executive what boy and vote no by because a command one check or many more even in there in Chi Ragovi Yanton Chi 1 city Ghana in Chi 1 teacher in Chi 1 city Kakoa no boy for 4 men can sing grandma in that Kako in your 10 city in the water first Kako water 50% in that Kako 10 city in the water kitty say it tells you say when Ghanaians are yearning for change and the one who lead up for that change and will end this mo Johnson Asedun Katia come 2024 without him near candidate because nana do dan kwa Akufo-Addo na ban woku nipa 8 e wo Techimai in the he still president Anamebua still other president Obi Achinatu nana do dan kwa Akufo-Addo okwa sorry o ba okum Ghana fu 8 e the president me treasure wonka 2016 nka NDC ya assembly of God nyame na Pentecost nyame a na yenso ye face MPP for nka up to now NDC will have been in power until this time around we are not going to do assembly of God nyame ye Pentecost nyame ye bibia nyame ewo 2024 we are going to make sure say ye the bema obi to say Johnson Asedun Katia to make sure say we be protected me nkurasi ameko ohia sheda asumdwe ye de awaribegu ewe small Robin Brakwa. Akwaji vote in the Diamano. I need the chairman, the general secretary, and organizer who protect that vote for me so that NDC will be declared winners come 2024.
CP, within the bill.
Your friend Mubarak Ouattara, constituency vice chairman for Esikuma or Robin Brakwa.
All right, Mubarak, that's a part. All right, I was 40 Yuguswa, Sabri, twaso na fe ya hwe edidi eye enkomo no a but quickly no mamemfa de mekotwa ya na se de ene esiye e wo Legon anopai yeni kan ma anopa ne de no ansana later ya ma anadwo ne de no anadwo de ne de bit ya ma anopa no de esiye yemfa eno e mouse si ati yenko
oh that is for sabe bia yegina Legon na the attorney say delegates no ashase a omo eba ohunu say ebi mo so kra be dai enti ebi anopase no a ebi be hoho omo na ho omo eye muslimi for abo empire anopai ohunu say basis no ebi atu santen tenten ha omo nyina no delegates a omo hwe ni so ba betro aba no enti that is what is happening me ho say ebi hunu some of the key regions no ebi ene said womo plan womo aba no said ebeko enti no na ebusu no me empombo ko de nti chi yeah but they okay chi papa over region ba na ba I'm from northern region from Tamale yeah oh, okay so did you just arrive? Yeah, we just arrived. Okay. So we are to meet some people. So we are just entering the car. So we'll talk later. All right, no problem. All right. So from the northern region, and who say one more about the do. When they do enche cry, and that is what is happening. Who say one more at the banners abubobo one more basis na enim na ebi so ho asabe who say one more bo empire chese anopeya na one more ababedu enti yada so Legon basis ni bi wo ho a afi na one more ababe move na one more atwaso dey aboko there from which region? Northern region. So you just arrived? Or you my big man. Oh, okay. Coordinator, how are you, sir? I'm fine, sir. Oh, okay. From which part of the northern region? Tamale. Okay. You just arrived? Yeah, we just arrived this week. Are you voting in bulk or because I understand some groups are voting in bulk? Are you voting in bulk as a region? No, they will look at the individual policies and that will inform their choice of the candidate to vote for. But we have a very strong conviction that with the message General has kept across, we are optimistic that they will fall for General's message. Yes. Okay, so the whole region is going for, because I see Johnson Esiedun Katia Enfoni Boha Matre Northern Region for General as national chairman. Vote Johnson Esiedun Katia or Matre Show the whole and someone will give this NSA or more to Amano. But that means everybody is voting general from the region. Yeah, we are optimistic that everybody, we cannot say for everybody, but we are sure that the message that he has kept across, they will fall for that message. Yeah. All right, so Northern for general, and now who say number 2. Yes. Are you all voting for general? Yes, we are voting for general. We are voting for him based on his competency and his bravery. So we are voting for him. But what do you make of this audio? There are some who believe that audio is something that will not. No general. No general. From which region? From the northern region. You are saying no general, no vote. No general, no vote. We are voting. We are saying that we are going to vote General Esiedun Katia because we know he's someone who is an astute politician. We know very well that, in fact, without him, 2024 will not be easy, even though in fact we are going to win hands down, but we need General Esiedun Katia to lead the party, and inshallah in the name of the Almighty God he is going to be the national chairman of the party and we are going to win. Thank you very much. All right, then say northern region and and they are both anymore northern region for general. That is what I am seeing. Are you all from the northern region? Are you also coming from the northern? No, I'm coming from the Upper West. Upper West. Are you also voting in the same style? I'm voting, but I'm not a delegate. You're not a delegate. Oh, okay. All right. And the northern region, Bass, no, and say, etuno. nipa no ato santen bebre na womo tiamu afri empuma no mu se general all the way no enti region no emu afo ni bi na ohunu se womo tete womo basis mu a sabe womo atua womo aircon enti delegates no eguso a womo by you know say the elections no by 9 o'clock na stadium no ashase a opening event na nkasa ebehye so me mpombo de I'm checking way more ede na only okay victory all the way no endorsement but let me find out aja mpombo de
unika monse
what's say
Mintichi.
Oh, okay, then let's speak English.
Wow.
You're from which region?
Northern region.
Northern region. Specifically where? Because where?
Sanaro constituency.
Sanaro. Are you also part of the group that says general for chairman?
We are neutral. Yes. Let me just say we just come to support our brother. So
who is your brother?
Bakta.
Is he contesting?
No, he's not contesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you are not a delegate?
No, we are not delegates, yeah.
Okay. You are welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Are you a delegate?
No, I'm not actually a delegate. So we are a supporting team from the constituency.
Okay.
You know, when these activities come, we need somebody who can organize some people to support the party. So we just a party man who sees that it's better to bring people here. So he organized to bring us here. Okay. And we are actually a constituency, branch executives, not up to constituency. But we have a little about 2-3 people who are also constituency executives who follow us here and they are going to vote for the primaries.
Okay.
So we are just for that.
Okay. So you are basically the whole bus is full of supporters, not delegates.
Not a delegate. Okay. So we are not coming for somebody here. We are just coming to witness what is going on.
Okay. All right. Your name again?
I'm Rahim from Sanargo.
Okay. Rahim, thank you very much. Okay, still moving ahead. Jamano Ashasye and Kakra. So, per the arrangements, no need accreditation. I want to be so how our supporters who are coming from the region going to get in. And also, a questioner. Okay, so still trying to check delegates and then general supporters. So, who said basis, you know, at something all the way. Legon. Ye bedru village na wo mo asset yankasa de ama delegates no enche na ya hwe said ye ho no so etie na ye ne delegates no edi enkomo ho na ya hwe me ampombo ko de of region ben
ba jo bi enyaso team
we delegate na
ba jo
okay enyaso to mo de ko yin
the way election they call the secret in this year. Okay. I got a secret about to say chairman general Muna party match, Muna party. This year you do what now you be decided this. I made to be decided to better Abaramano and going to me in Asabia. If you do grounds for an election, you do grounds for to Mrs. and your master. Nti new grounds of we.
That's it. Pacho mama me kakra. Me nuano ma no ebi e wa ha. Me nim say we are delegate.
Me pacho
from
me pacho Boasi East deputy organizer.
Okay. Oboasi campaign no say na call ho. Me nim say de eye kese pa obi ehwe ye chairman no. Say eye general na be win ni ana say area for sample for. Oboasi o ma me no ba ho be campaign bi.
Me pacho me ne nyina ba ye.
O mo message no mo se say.
Message ni do mudi amaye bebre ye ni e betu aba no so wa wonim ende ya na e be kire ye to me entinde de wo fata chairman ye de be ma no
de na mo be hwa mo be hu se we fata chairman
de edwuma no wotimi ye edwuma no amaye so ye ni no woni na e de be ma no chairman no
ma me hwe ni pa mi no Johnson ye se don katia ya ka se di ni ho adanse kakra de na obeka de na mosquito
woni de be ka say we edwuma wura then na de we start see edwuma no we ye ma yeso yeni na mom de nitimi ngina won kan bebre eduru won mu a ana ebe hu de edwuma no eso yeni emaye
Okay. And yeah, chairman of Usampofo, and so on also Babaye, on also who is saying.
Chairman, so ye media. On also ye be. Do ye and so I saw ye Yanka saying, and to say, do what? Do feel say, but to my radio. Do be be a NDC in 2024 no, Nivina na yepe. Robert me a boy, Jumana, my power no, Abedi and some one in the Ashano. And Tinama to me.
All right, where that's a fire. What do you do?
The Pachana Abubakar was East Pacha, deputy organizer.
Yamuakwaba. All right, Yeguso and Mua, you share delegates in Ibia and pay a fee and Womo ACC Eba and Shase, Yane, Ebedi, and Common Basis here or Henano will be moving towards Stadium Ho na ho and Congress Nankasa Ebekoso. Listen to this National Democratic Congress, Eba Congress, and that is also very interesting. And delegates no abedu adia enshare that enchin bebresa and you so share bases lined up all the way mate jamabi we ni ho ye me ho kakran konkoshe if they are supporting a specific candidate and I say a juntro na wo mo eto and that is what is happening you so ye share say ye be ma that live coverage and if you sabi kwa no Sabre exchanges bekoso campaign koso bia anso ebekoso na ono eguso obi abedu a ese o twemsu gu ne ka ho saa twemsu gu ne ka ho saa enti eguso enamu yeah here the delegates and then how we'll be able to get them. All right, eguso delegate we name say common remodio so more campaign it's possible say via womo enye delegates but who say mama say womo delegates and I say womo area supporters aja money and pumboko there okay more delegates and I say supporters
yeah drivers
anti drivers na mo do mo ba na mo agada sa no na mo ba na car no mu no omo for example for na so omo twa jeda mosquito
ebia the omo win enu na epe yesu ye drivers ye drivers ye need the mko
o drive free here nearby
north Tamale
and you take you by how many hours and sana do
but yeah gina kwan ebi obetima passing obejusu yeah gina ebi 7 hours and 6 hours
we na free Tamale na buy
yeah free Tamale.
How many buses from Tamale?
It does intimi
more than
20
Medas your first name
Abdurrahman
okay and I want say
your friend Latif.
All right, Madam Asipa, and to drivers in who say or more home hano. Delegate from region bay.
I have a region.
I have my name sir from I have a region. More decided, be a modeko.
Oh, I have a region they decided. Okay. Yeah, the ma C for C near Chama for Sambofo. Okay. You decided say person, you demand because you have been a general war. Nanka ye enye sabre na say when I so baby to be free so etini ba bia no nanka ye etini esusu se nkonka ho nanka chama so nyede enka ho because mu bom ye adwuma no mu ye adwuma ni ye ema ye hweto ne 20 a ye hwe MPC na ekoye pe etini da na ontena ho na sabre na be ken ho bom no wo se chenchena ba bia me wo no be 17 years ntino say mesako yi obi firo eno na ye ahafo region ye sa ne man de ye nso so ye de vote nyina betai channel for some of echi eno tuna ye wa say ne no ye bomu ze tam ye nto ba ne wie no na for region de ye de ni siso no say channel for some of ebe wene abanama na de so ba wene so ena na ye ni siso ena ye ka a che nemu nyina omuso wa da region say omuso hwe de ne chama do ye party no asenu katia do ye party no yɛhwɛ tape a ɔde ba ne kasa bi ɔka no ne nyina ɔde sɛ party no
sɛ yɛka tape a tɛne sɛ kakra ba yɛka tape a tape no ɔma mmienu nyinaa de tape aba baako deɛ wɔ court baako deɛ ni court nti adan na ɔbɛ refer to tape at this time
deɛ nti a baako deɛ wɔ court bɛkɔ sa yɛhu ne sɛ ne kyɛ sɛ party no ankasa no na deɛ nti na gyenu no pɛ sɛ ɔba chairman no na ɔhwɛ a na wɔn ani so dadaada ɛno nti na ɔhwɛ a fusɔmɔfo deɛ no etimi ɛbaeɛ no ba ɔno deɛ no deɛ yɛafa no sɛ yɛmfa no ankasa mmere no yɛkora nkɛhwɛ sɛ party no kora no saa mekɔyɛ ne nkɔmmɔ yi ɛsɛ no nketeɛ firim because kwakuo ne doho ɛne former chairman Santa we miyɛ findi kakra ɔmo ɛyɛ saa no yɛyɛ mo esi nkyɛn party ne nneɛma a ne nkwa so mo ka no ɔmo kɔ kan ama gyenu agyina so meyɛ dɛ yɛyɛ mo si nkyɛn to sam no ɔno ɛsɛ nkɛyi ne si nkyɛn ɔsan ma party no ɛsan to sɛ mo bia nkɔ kwam sefa kan show so ɛso no adua yi na ɔte hɔ eti ɔno ankasa ɔka asɛm a ɔntimi ni so na ɔsan party no so ɔyɛ ne sɛ deɛ ne deɛ ba party no ɔno nkwa deɛ party no dis party no the whole Ghana ɛdeɛ ɛne ɔno nkwa deɛ ɛno ntina yɛgyina no sɛ nnɛ no yɛto abatia no
alright but as if you say for say
the firm AB STV South Onabo Alexander Dampesua so
okay anajo Alexander
Dampesua so ɛhɔ na yɛfiri ɛne aba nti ɛ papa so ɔtayechi sɛ de victory so bɛkɔ fie
mo papa
alaji sɛ ɔbɛmɛ de victory
anti na just Colin Zelda support one
Samuel de onyankan sɛ ɔsupporto bi na emum no sɛ yɛde nkunumdie ɛbɛfiri nkran ɛde akɔ hafo
on alaji Colin Zelda ne di mu anim de me baaye
on AMP
ana mo decide sɛ mbɛtro ɛde ama chairman of Osampo
ahafo de Osampo de yasonu mu pa sɛ onye chairman maye
medasipi eti wankasa betumi aye odidaction ɛwɔ hɔ ti yeguso anamu aye hwɛ sɛ ebetumi ɛne ebi atoa nkomatwetwe no so Boko, good morning. I'm Boko.
Oh, yes.
Where delegates and answer drivers?
Delegate.
Yeah. Okay, from region by Ashanti region. Interesting.
Yeah.
I want to say, you say, you know, about our training now, I quite say, you know, Falcon, chairman position now, I secretary, anyway, the piano, the Cobia, and Shadan,
yes,
a chairman, honor. First of all, first thing,
Abdul Samad.
Say one million general mosquito ababa in the campaign kakra ho
so ababa in the campaign
they him a wura kakra
oh ampofu C for C you general for C for C pa because why are there or message the message ya kama we hear politics now we send a message to the public ma we did attempt uma ade a party ni hia no message no yeah from no you be do who fast war and na every delegate bia say okay we now say oh party I say ye say me aye na me hia party ni ba power ade a me benefit no and na me dwe say o kan abekom entina ya ko for C so at least 2020 we are there hang parliament ambaga nada but during the time no ya hang parliament ampofu 137 na first almost 106 but ya buy why there we buy ya 137 your vote is akosoro the whole Ghana your vote kosoro even Ashanti region
ba see kwenso hunu say
Northern region. Yeah. Support to as you Ketia. Says a beauty of democracy. But message pa nipa be come message at Chirao. Yeah, followers because party there as a would benefit bibi free party. So we mami message. No one tell me say be a party no power. Oh, more delegate and I see mun benefit ha. the over Baba can tell you say Oba me benefiting on me kono
So what the street you go for C4C and Pofo. What's for Ashanti region?
Yeah, the same place. Yeah.
Branise kakra we are not want to say you know. Is it a decision much that na say take here?
Yeah, the decision you should take.
But first of all, we are delegate.
Me a delegate. You should take decision because why? Because what we gonna say with the message bantina me I can't be extra. One for message papa and brother say who could TV a made and am I there. My imagine kasa I waste my time. It is C4C there no one I corner. Me can be brave because nipa who won how which share court NDCs enti ye twi papai ye twi na abo from sa up to now na nka ye say ye man ko this one be kura na say wo general baba kura na no aba but one yes o baba no say one dey wo gina chairman na amfata wo dey secretary ayede enti ye dey C4C for some people no that's all that's where we are for no
all right, that's it.
Thank you. Who's are there now, Adam?
I was able so he did come on and maybe some questions. You miss a question. And the delegates, no one say one more ashe abomu ewo kwan ho. One more tonton ya man so. Where delegate ana? Ana oh communication officer. Delegate. Oh so where delegate anka? From region be. Domiko Abenya. Domiko Abenya mo de kwan
The call
C4C. Any reason bench na mo de call C4C.
Reason tia the call C4C ni say the per chairman otie nipa sem e de call grassroots because you per chairman open to trust them say ka from producer chairman open ho ase odi afi 101 e de call 136 chairman waye bia man na waye na so ye ni afi say aye bida ewo ho a yanka say yakofa nyamiche eda ko ahayo nti chairman waye bia man na waye na so ye ni nti ye say to ano so say on ye maintain say na be ya ni duma pa na oye no obesan ye ato aso.
It looks like okay other delegates ni bi so guso a on say wo mo ato something a wo mo eba there enshare da NCP no na afi na omo bases airland e di kan ko share northern region no wo mo de abo wo mo car na nim straight so wo mo call for general and me we do her Ashanti region and so far 3 regions so go for chairman you go so komo na ya hwe whether there will be the need for campaigning at this time and you know say general supporter and also campaign team you can use this to know say regions way so you go her regions way and then you know what to do but say move free time information dem am say
information that miles say any dey NMP out here until you try and put phone say no meka na edisu amo say pepe
until roughly no because in this program be share by 9
roughly by 9 now can dey any Ghana time and I say before time na as appropriate time na gbaso mo dey concrete time na kasama dey e dey to jama na na move every ha.
All right, Domiko Abenya right.
Me patwa.
Okay. That say enti Domiko Abenya for na yetie wo mo no. Wako there.
Boko
delegate na.
Me bia.
O ye delegate and now you observer.
Me
all right you say I ne ebi edi enkomo aja empomoko there
obako
okay from region ben
obuase
mo trauma high
yana ya trauma sidin katia
okay okay reason be wo
eni say part wodi obono hodi no share has a part no wajima na nkasa obenu obetuma aye party with sebia mosquito energy media no ya no
Onu party ni ho. So obona di Paul Oyejima party no. O she 2020 election 2020 election na to na. Onu ku up and down. Some go for na say yedi tum di show musa. Near 2024 election. And send a bit to my Papa Fair and performance.
But see, I don't many be more Casano, almost say the style of campaign. We say the audio be about Bontain and all that. More support to delegates are more you made him some trauma. How are you taking sir information? Is it something I be doing him?
Well, that's all I know, Uncle Fogacano. You Ubukura young from the chance. And I can't walk on a friend said, one person Bacassa, no, I how? And all kind of Nanuko from here, and Oko Cassasan. Because I had to say, Bibia, I have Bonana, I say. Said before Kuramucha, Omaka and Bukura Chansa. I'm going to move on page, I'm on fire, there's us on Wakano. And you cross a beer, Wakasana, be a young Toban from Mano. Yes, I did. That's a function of the party. To us, I did. Who's a beer? I have bonus. Munu holiday. Who's a beer or your function? Lay no because of party. In 10% or this as a both in almost animal appear bunting to a kind of delegate to me being August a beer sasson or cano. Young to a bum from Mano.
All right, what I say, and you heard him say, you share stadium when I have said it. Inshallah, I do a shop. What's your grounds? I buy a boss so far as Ocadino. Do you?
Yeah, me talk about.
Your boss so far as Ocadino.
He's already a vice chairman.
On the arena that all.
Yeah, sir, or a vice chairman that also could be.
Yeah.
He has been the Northern Regional Chairman, and the last.
My chairman for them.
Okay.
The best ever trust.
Live as it happens, KOFI TV.